it. Fuck it. Let's just go. Let's just go. So you guys remember when they were like, yeah, don't show off the loading screens. You absolutely do not want to show off the loading screens. Please do not show any of the loading screens. These are the same screens that we saw before. These are what they didn't want me to show you for some reason. Yeah, I can't say I understand it, but whatever. It's not my video game. How's the volume, chat? I think we probably turn it up just a skosh.
It's on? Yeah? Okay. My name's Marcus Ado, and I'm the team principal.
Hello, Marcus! I mean, I should say, hello, Marcus! Get it? Because his name, his last name. I used this joke before.
My parents run a Nigerian restaurant in South London. And for them, success was never about fancy dishes or expensive ingredients. It was about believing in who they hired and always striving to grow. When I got a chance to run my own racing team, I took the same approach.
Money tooth.
Hey, there she is. In case you live under a rock, this is Yume Tanaka, racing legend.
I turned it up a quarter. How's that?
Sure.
Marcus Ado is something of a prodigy. He was only 25 when he convinced Seneca's board to start investing in unknown drivers. And to
These are
hire
also
him
quiet
to run the
cutscenes.
team. He has the
I just
maturity
turned it
of
up all the
someone
way. It's
twice
not
his
even
age,
yellow.
And that's gained him enormous respect. The only problem is his approach hasn't worked. Last year, his number 2 driver set a record.
Is that actually Claire? Is that F1 Claire? Is that the same voice?
This year's replacement performed so poorly in pre-season trials that he quit before the first race.
Is it an embarrassment? No. You have to see the bigger picture. Finding a great recipe involves experimentation.
I wonder if there's a master volume here somewhere.
Once we succeed, and I really believe we're going to, we may well become the best team on the grid.
But for now, what? Season starts in 3 days. You're down a driver.
Guess I'll have to find a new driver.
Please make your way to your seats for this driver showcase event.
That's just
It's
audio
a great
monitoring.
day for it, and our racers are raring to go and eager to impress.
Oh, that does a big change. Oh, I don't have that knob with console. Right. Gotcha. I feel like I'm DJing. I'm just twisting knobs and hoping for the best. This is way too loud. I think this is better. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right. While we're racing, let me know how the audio is, because I think the cutscenes are just quiet. Settings. All right, we already went through all this. I think we're good to go. Tuning. Begin. England is my city. Oh, you know what? I don't know what the buttons do. Okay, let's fix that literally immediately. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. They are not they are grid controls, not Forza controls. I would like for you to be the A button, please. Thank you. I would like for you to be the B button, please. Oh, I gotta press A again to bind, and then there you go. And then gear down. Cool. I might try this with the wheel at some point. Boost. Okay. I might try this with the wheel at some point, but I gotta tell you, at least at the time, I'm not very interested in trying this with a wheel. So maybe that day will change. But
He's been having some good races recently.
I feel like this game is made to be played on a controller, and that is what I will be doing. I think if I like, so the plan is if this game's very fun, like if I'm hooked, we're playing it again tomorrow. And I don't think the story mode is going to take all of, it's a lot like, the story mode's a lot like, Turning Point or Breaking Point from F1, where it's not the whole game, it's just part of the game. Oh, Jimmy Estrada. Armando Alejandro.
Right, let's pick it up. Try to push closer to Vega.
So I'm not saying much because we've kind of experienced all of this already. Well, I mean, I have. Codemasters was cool enough. And EA, I guess, were cool enough to let me play the first 6 missions early. Or 6 events, 6 scenarios. So I'm just kind of trying to rush through this. Gotta tell you, it feels a little bit better. But maybe I'm just misremembering. We have played a lot of regular grid, the first grid since then.
One lap left. Keep your position ahead of Vega.
It's also looking like Expert is our difficulty. The AI are actually competent this time, which is cool. When we played it, the AI were very bad, but they are, the review notes were like, the AI are not done, so don't worry about it. Thank you, NTV. Appreciate it, man. I was stressed out about that Let's Play. I was like, dude, it's an old N64 game. What if no one likes it? And in all honesty, the numbers went down, like average viewers, but everyone who like showed up was having a great time. So okay, hold on, just before I forget. I had it set to corners only, but it's off-putting, so we're just gonna turn it all the way off. It was like literally the first of its kind. Like there wasn't really a lot of arcade ports that existed at the time. You know, like it was a pretty new concept. Notice any Gran Turismo. I mean, it comes out in a week, so I don't know what you want them to leak. It's gonna be out very soon. I mean, they've kind of revealed a lot of, the only sort of, like, information that I know about is that, what am I saying here? Come on, brain. That I'm an idiot, I guess. I completely forgot. Oh, that some, like, early impressions are coming out, and it's basically just Gran Turismo 4 HD. That's all I know. And that's all I would like to know. That's already more than I want to know. Hi, Taylor. I saw your tweet. Cruisin' World is so much better than Cruisin' USA. I love both of them. But unfortunately, Cruisin' USA or Cruisin' World to play through 100% would take, like, a long time. Which I want to do, but there's too many other games to play right now. So that time will come. Just not today. Alright, we can skip that.
Hey, you heard that right. Ado is scouting a new driver for Seneca. nothing to lose. Give it your best shot.
This is kind of cool because what the story mode fast tracks you through what you're actually going to end up doing in the career. So this is a rookie event in career. And it kind of all plays into each other. That's really neat. I haven't looked through the car list and track list of this game yet, but I've seen bits and bobs, and the car list looks pretty good. And I mean, I've watched Traction's review, which you can watch on youtube.com/TractionGG, and I gotta tell you, this game is pretty well everything I expected it to be, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not quite as good as the first Grid, but it's a heap of a lot better than the last one. So the thing is, I would want to stream that, and I heard people getting in big trouble for streaming Maximum Tune on the PC, so. The rewind system is fantastic. I don't know if I've ever commented on that, but being able to, like, rewind exactly when you want it.
Okay, 2 more laps. You're in a good position. Try and stick with it.
Venom, I don't know if it's DC Boy, Deck Boy, Venom, the guy from Spider-Man. What's up, Mike? I'm sorry. Yeah, no, the handling model, I mean, I liked the handling model in 2019. It was just very inconsistent. Some cars were like, wow, this is great. Some cars were like, wow, this is, I look at a curb funny and I'm dead. Even from, like, the brief time I spent with it on Traction for an hour and a bit, a couple months ago, the handling model is way better. Way better. I heard some people on Steam complaining that it's almost too arcadey, and I'm like, that's perfect. That's awesome. I wish Twitch had, like, a way to track people's username changes, because it's not your guys' job to go into every stream that you don't pop into, like, every 15 minutes and go, oh yeah, I changed my username. I haven't seen you in a month. My bad. And then we're both confused for like a good minute or two. It'd be nice if Twitch was like, if for the first 60 days you change or first 30 days you change your username, there's like a little star or something, or like something I can click. Or if I click on your profile, it's like formerly known as. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. I heard very, like, when Grid 2019 came out, like, the general consensus from the boys was like meh, and I liked it at first, and then it got worse the more I played it. However, I'm hearing a lot more positivity about this one, so. Do I have to pay for repairs? What? Never played. I've only played Grid 1. I never played 2 or Autosport. I heard Autosport was also very meh, and then when Grid 2 came out, I had no time for it. And then never went back. I have them, both on PC. I've just never played either of them. It's like if I want to play Grid, I'll go play the good one. Or the one I prefer.
And Seneca continued to have trouble during testing with multiple drivers involved in
Check.
on-track
Okay.
incidents.
Still working on audio stuff.
No mistakes this time.
Wee.
Run it again, but with less throttle. Don't worry, just superficial damage.
Oh, that's not superficial. Oh, brother. The cutscenes are very quiet. Like, incredibly quiet.
They now look to their new signing, number 22 to turn around this bad spell.
Check, check. This is Ajit, engineer. We've had a few bad days with the test drivers and I still need help with the setup, so give me a few laps and please bring the car back intact.
Why do I feel like there's less cutscenes this time around? Oh, maybe because we've already seen them through the gameplay preview. And it's like skipping us through them, you know? Because technically I've already played all this.
Let's see what this car can do. Push it.
Okay, 22. For the first race of the series, we'll need you to keep up with you, mate. So while you're getting data for a G,
Like, there's supposed to be a whole interview with Nathan McCain that we didn't see. Okay, this is kind of where I felt the handling. I didn't like the handling as much in the preview. So let's see if they've tweaked it a little bit. I wish the cars were a bit more responsive, to be honest. They're a bit lazy.
I'd like to see you control the slide. Accidents happen. In a race scenario, mistakes will cost you places.
Yeah, so TLDR, there's a big crash that Nathan McCain costs that injures one of the drivers in this team, and then they're trying to find a replacement, and all the replacements are poo-poo. So we're driver 22. And I think the reason they call you driver 22 is because they've gone through so many drivers that there's no point in learning your name. Would have much rather just, like, been able to pick my name and, like, do what every other grid game does, and they go in, okay, Spanky, and then there goes the line, like the voice line. And then in cutscenes.
Okay, next corner is flat out. It's under control.
Lolik. Lol EK if no one likes, if you're not particularly a Civic fan. Thank you for the follow.
Engines performing near peak. Something's up with the fuel system though.
Why is there a handbrake in the GT car? Again, it's a silly fun haha game. Don't ask questions. Gotta tell you, I don't know if it comes across through the stream. This game's very pretty. It sounds great.
This right-hander is great to practice a power slide.
The tire sounds actually really nice, all things considered, which is not something you normally say in a video game like this. Normally the tire sound is, like, obnoxious. I hope we get to do some drifting so we can actually hear it for real. I meant to cut the corner there. I didn't mean to destroy the corner. Oopsie. Yeah, I'm playing it on PC on fair. I don't know if it's ultra, super, mega death settings, but it's pretty close. It's playing a lot smoother than it did in the test as well. So they've definitely worked on it since the last time I've tried this, which was, I think December was the last time we played this. We played the preview build. We're almost caught up now. I hope. Oh, no, it's just playing the
My mother has
interviews out of order.
It's the farmer that makes the dish.
I can't pause. Okay.
What that means is you have to adapt to
I'll
the
try turning it
ingredients
up in the
that
game
happen.
again because it's just
I went
really
to sell
quiet
one
for some
driver,
reason.
but found another. And I was impressed by our chat, so I made an offer.
Wait, you were impressed by a conversation?
That's right. You see, to me, when a person's capable of greatness, it's not just about performance, it's about them, who they are. Great drivers are like the great in any field. You know, they have an obsession, a hunger.
If I wasn't streaming, the audio would be fine. But because I have the audio turned down so I can talk over the game, it's just the levels are a little bit out of whack. It sounds fine in my headphones, but if it's quiet for you, then we got to fix that. Ooh, yeah, this aged well.
Absolutely, it's a tough position to be in. If they drop out for any reason, Yumi Tanaka will be racing on her own, and that would spell disaster for Seneca.
Ooh, that's fancy. That got a lot louder, like immediately. All right, I'm gonna play with this on. Let me know if it sounds like doo-doo for you guys, but hopefully that changes the mix a little bit.
Alright, 22. Remember what Ado said. Just try and keep up with you, mate. Bring the car back in one piece.
Hello, we are in Manstag.
As this is your first race, there's no need to push the car to the limit. Just give us a good drive and follow Yume's lead.
Show me what you've got.
Oh, sounds fantastic, man. I can hear there's the car on my right. You can say a lot of things about Cody's, man, but presentation is something they have down pat. Like, it's not even close. Like, the environments are pretty. The effect of the sleet coming off the tires. The lights. All right, so the audio just a little bit more here. I want to hear like the car and the tires, and it's just like, buh, buh. Okay, I think that may be it. It's so quiet, and then like all the music is super loud. That's better. You go through all that effort to make these V8s sound so sick, and then... Don't get me wrong, big orchestral stuff is kind of part of the grid's MO at this point. It's not like it's out of character for them. This is fun. I am enjoying this. Oh, backwards. Yeah. It's Rick Scott. Like, it's definitely still a baby game, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like, oh my god, your skills will be put to the test. Like, it's definitely still like a toddler game for children in terms of physics. It's not called physics, it's handling. Yeah, it's not, it's called Ligma, it's Sugma balls. Fuck off. But, like...
I expected you to be out already.
Like, I still understeered in the corner there for going in a bit too hot. Coming out of corners because I'm driving a 60s Mustang, which is probably heavily modified to keep up with the newer stuff. This is really quiet. Okay. Oh, hold on. I never bothered to check this. Okay, yeah, no. That's what I thought, but, you know, you never know. But, that's a little bit better. At least so far, it's very fun to drive. Yeah, we're only a mid-tier team, but, like, it's a racing game. I want to win. Oh, look. It's underneath my webcam. She's in 7th. Out. I wasn't catching the leaders anyway. Ew. Are you telling me there's a little bit of challenge on the second hardest difficulty? Say it ain't so.
As this is your first race, there's no need to push the car to the limit. Just give us a good drive and follow Yume's lead.
Show me what you've got.
I'm also trying not to drive this like how grid players play. You know what I mean? Most people who play this game, especially those who aren't really into racing games, are just gonna be like, well, how hard can I hit the car in front of me? I could hit him at 100 miles an hour or 120 miles. Like, I'm trying to be relatively clean. Like touring car rules. Maybe a little bit of pushing and shoving, but no punting, no, like, intentional wrecks, and try to pass oh, well, she just lost it in front of me. Like, relatively clean, but not like, oh no, I touched my teammate. I guess I have to restart now. I'm not sure if I would have overshot there, but we take it. Is this 2 laps? Yes. Sir, that's the curb. Well, I'm there. It kind of reminds me of the first grid a little bit. Where, like, if you slide, it's not the end of the world, but you can't just, like, hold the throttle down and be like, I am a god. You got to treat it like you would almost in a real racing situation and be like, uh-oh. It says Lugna on the side of this car. I really thought it said Ligma, and I was like, guys. I get we want the Zoomers to like this game, but guys. Oh, blocked by the AI. We're 5th.
I expected you to be out already.
And a lot of these cars are from older grid games too, which is cool. Like the Mach 1 Mustang, the Firebird we just passed are all from older drift games. Or older grid games, sorry. John Ferrari. It's literally John Ferrari. Dude, where's Paul Lamborghini? Can I get the suck? I am in this. Oh. Well, that didn't age well. Where's Carl? Come here. You know, when I get to grips with the game a little bit more, this is going to be a really good AI difficulty, I think. That might come back to haunt me. It is Codemasters. Codemasters does this cute thing where they're like, our AI is great in 80% of the races, but the other 20%, they're awful and you can never beat them. Or they're like the easiest AI in the world. So far, so good, though. And that was another problem I had with 2019, is the AI never felt right. Never, never, never. It was either way too easy or way too hard. There is no good in between. Oh! I shit there. I pooped from there. It was Chevelle. That was a Firebird. It was the same Firebird that was DLC in Grid 1. It just has like a... Instead of actual lights, it has the LED strip at the front, which I think is super cool on an old muscle car. Had 2 rounds. I can assure you, Tank. I mean, we're about to get a list of finishers here, I think. Oh, no. John Ferrari in the Camaro. Yeah, it doesn't say. Nope, that's definitely just a Firebird without the doodads on the front. Oh, no. Devil's right. Devil is right. Yeah, I see it now. I was like, if they would have added a Chevelle, and I would have heard about it. Maybe. Enter Volts, current fan favorites, and perfect team to chase. This is a returning game mode. I would have liked to have seen that cutscene. I have a sneaking suspicion because my shifter has been in 4th gear this whole time. Maybe that's why it was going through the cutscenes very fast.
Thank you, Marcus. Oh, he's off. Busy man. Well, what can I say? The semi-pro league might be where all the excitement is right now.
Seneca sets their sights on Volts. Finish 10th or higher. Ew. I forgot that we were in a Fergatu.
We need to aim to stay competitive with Volts. That's our part.
Oh, the car actually shifts now.
You're in this team to
Buggers.
We need you to get results.
Oh, man. When you're going over the bumps, you can feel the tires, like, fighting for grip over the bumps. Oh, this game's fun. Or I should say the presentation of this game is just... Whoop. Bumpy. Sorry, teammate. Gotta go. How's the cockpit view? Let me get through the field here a little bit, and then I'll jump in. I can promise you, I don't think we'll be looking at our own penis in this game. I'm not really into cockpit view while using controller. I know some people, it doesn't bother them, but I just can't get into it. It feels really weird. It's like using chase cam with a wheel. Like it just feels wrong. Full damage on. I think so. Let me check. I know I turned on the whatchamacallit. No, I have damage as visual only. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I don't plan on firing it into a wall at 100 miles an hour, but because I have rewinds on, but whatever, we'll turn it on. We'll turn it on. I don't think it'll make a big difference, but I had terminal damage on, but damage on off. I'm leaving rewinds on. So it'll mostly just be if I make a mistake, we'll get to see a cool crash, I guess. Oh, someone spun. John Ferrari! Oh, big mistake. How many laps do we have left? Oh, it's time. Right. Oh, that rip. John Ferrari's out. Alright, this is like far chase? But it's got like a weird fisheye to it. I don't hate this camera. Oh, no. I don't hate this camera, but I'm not a huge fan of it either. Your hood camera. This is your dash cam. It sounds nice. And then there's your other dash camera. And then your cockpit. And then back to chase. Oops. Not sure which one I like more, this one or the other one, but this one has like a more normal, there's no like fisheye effect to it. I think it's eliminating 2 AI at a time. Yeah, there's 10 cars left, which is giving me more than enough time to chase down the leader. This is nice. I know this is going to sound really redundant and counterproductive, but something that this game has gotten so far so good. There's so many different disciplines and so many different cars, but from the touring car, the Formula Ford, the muscle car, and this, it drives good. You know how many games just don't drive good anymore? Like they're like, yeah, you could customize your car and like give yourself double D boobies and like, or like a 10-inch dingle, but the cars drive like hot vomit. Like, this is actually very predictable. It's a bit spooky because at least with me and the Xbox One controller, I'd like a little. Oh, I'm actually horrible at video games. I may have to restart the race. I didn't realize there was limited rewinds. Oh, this is fucked. Oh no, they're behind me in elimination contention. We can still pull this back. Hold on. It's gonna take a miracle, but we can absolutely still pull this back. We can no longer pull this back. Oops. Hey, it didn't show me the cutscene before. Oh no, it absolutely did. That was the cutscene. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, ladies and gents.
We need to aim to stay competitive with Volt.
Finish 10th or higher. I mean, it did, but I already pressed restart, so here we are.
Team to match me, 22. We need you to get results.
Keep in mind, it's an arcade game. Like, you're going to be able to take a lot of knocks and bumps without any major damage, and that's the way it should be. Like, I read one negative review on Steam of this, and then I stopped reading them, because the guy was, like, very much a similitist. Was like, oh, the cars don't handle properly, it's faster to use the handbrakes in the corners, like, drifting is faster on racing, and this is bullshit. I'm like, have you played Mario Kart before? Like, I know these cars are on racetracks, and they say the word Ford on them, but, like, that's how arcade racers work, man. You can play it normally, but if you want to be fast online, there's, like, normally some stupid exploit in the physics. Like, that's literally every game. Forza's got, like, wall riding and, like, dumb, like, setup stuff. Like, it's the way it is, man. Like, there's just, like Forza Horizon is not a true arcade racer. It's very close, but because of, like, it drives very, very grounded. It's not, like, full-blown arcade like this or like a Need for Speed. It's close, but it's definitely leaning towards the simcade side of the arcade. Like, it's the most realistic arcade racer I've ever played. Let's put it that way. So if you've only ever played Forza Horizon and then you're jumping into this and going, wow, this doesn't make any sense, this is for babies. Hello, welcome to what arcade games used to be on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 before they died a noble death. I think in the career mode you can qualify for races. You could in the last game. I haven't touched career yet at all. I figure this is going to be the short, like, this mode will be short, so we'll get this done either today today and tomorrow, or preferably... Oh! How could you say this is an arcade game when you brake while turning into the corner and lose it under braking? Like, it feels very similar to the first Grid game. It's not the same at all, but it feels like you can't be a full-blown idiot. Like, if you're going over bumps and on the throttle, like, the rear end's going to kick out, and you can't just power slide through corners. It's easy to catch the slides, like, very, 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 very easy, but you can't, like, drift out of corners. It's not full Need for Speed. It's, like, one bump up from that. Like, if I get on the power too hard in the middle of the corner there with no traction control, the rear end's going to come out, and the car's going to over-rotate and not go anywhere. It's all you have to do is lift and center the steering, and the car will grip up, no problem. Like, it's not difficult, but... The sim value of Diddy Kong Racing, at least 2 bananas. Okay. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of, like, my controller feels kind of dead. Like, it's not. I wish it rumbled a little bit more. I wish it... I'm playing this on PC with an Xbox One controller. I wish it rumbled a little bit more. I wish the triggers did a little, like, vibrated a little bit more. Maybe on the actual Xbox it would. I wish I had a little bit more feedback in the controller, but that's a very, very minor complaint. It's not hindering me at all. It just would make locking the brakes and stuff a little bit easier to catch and be able to... Oh, sorry, sir. To catch and kind of... You know? Like, I feel the car kind of going... coming out of the corner when you're sliding a little bit. And you can feel it in the rumble in the controller. It's just... You got to be paying attention. If I'm, like, sitting here going, penis, dicks, 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 I won't feel it and I'll crash. If it was just a little bit more profound, like, this is very minor. Like, if I'm giving this game a review score, I'm not even talking about this. If it was a bit more aggressive, I would feel like I'd be able to feel these mid-corner slides a bit more, so I could pay a little bit less attention to what I'm doing. But, you know, just pay attention, forehead, not hard. We're down to the final 4. You may just got taken out. Like, I got on the curb there, got on the power a little bit too hard. The rear end got loose. Which is, I just finished playing the first Grid game. It's something that absolutely happened in the first Grid game. See what I mean? Like, I can power out of the corner like that, but the car is not gonna center itself. You have to do it, and you're gonna lose time. It's really nice. It's really nice. So far, so good. I remember, I think the next race is the trophy trucks, and that's the one where in terms of physics, I was like, ugh. It felt like the cars were made of, like, wool. Which, I mean, I get it. It's a off-road truck on the road. It should feel kind of stupid, but it felt very stupid.
My name is Yume Tanaka.
Hi, Mom.
I've been lead driver with Seneca for 3 years now, and my goal is to become the first woman ever to win the championship.
I hope you do it.
Let's talk about your new teammate for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about Marcus Addo hiring an unknown?
Look, Addo likes to invest in potential, and that's who we are as a team. But when it comes down to it, the thing that matters is, are you actually good enough? It takes serious talent to race across this many disciplines and events in a single season. Racing teams don't...
This is where I had to stop playing this race.
We need to win.
We're at the 6th chapter, I think. Yo, that's fucking cool. Because I won the race, the commentator commented on it. That's neat. I like that. That's immersion. That's not gonna sell video games, but it'll sure as shit keep me playing it. Unless it's scripted, it just like. We are trucking. Yeah, these kind of felt like poo the last time I drove them. I thought I would love it, and I did not. Oh, I cleared a man.
Okay, good job, that dude. Feels good.
Way better. Way better. I mean, they still don't, like, turn corner exit because of the body roll, but it's not as, like, it felt like I was trying to turn a bus. I feel like these should be pretty decent on turn in, and then apex off is where you get all the understeer, which is exactly what's happening now. So much better. And they're a little bit, oh, they are spooky at high speed. Nope, nope, didn't happen. Three speed. It sounds so sick on the limiter. Ultra super late toe braking. Hello, gentlemen. It's picking up the rear tire on the exit of the corner too. Like it picks up the front tire. It picks up the front tire, and then if you don't take care of it immediately, it picks up the rear. Sorry. Dude, the gamble giveth, the gamble taketh away. I don't know what you want. Also, it's a lot nicer to play through this now with AI that actually know what they're doing. Hey, Yume's on my ass. Like recent Codemasters releases that aren't F1 or Dirt Rally. Okay? The last two that I've played is Dirt 5 and Grid 2019. Grid 2019, the driving felt good. Everything around the driving was either mediocre or bad. Not a great game. Don't recommend playing it. Someone just wiped out back there. Dirt 5 was kind of a little bit more of the opposite. There was a lot to do. I liked the atmosphere. And I mean, it was kind of dorky to have, like, Donut Media and, like, the Slap Train do voice work. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, it was cool and, like, sure, whatever. But the driving didn't feel right. The driving just felt wrong. Like, it felt like you were steering the car from the center of the car. Like, I don't know, if you've played Dirt 5, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but it just never felt right. I'm not getting that here so far. It's not a baby game. It's not holding my, I'm not like I can take every corner 1,000 miles an hour, but I am having to try. I also tried way too hard to get up in the field there. Considering, well, they're keeping up with me. I'm not really pulling away. I don't know if that's rubber banding or... That's still John Ferrari behind me. Our teammate in fourth. Honestly, I don't mind if the AI gets super easy at some tracks. It's when they get impossibly difficult is when it stops being fun. Because then you feel like an idiot for turning the difficulty down. You're like, well, I'm giving up. You know, I don't want to be like, the game's too hard, I'm going to turn it into easy. If the game gets easier, it's like, well, the AI is not, you know, good at every track. That's to be expected, unfortunately, at this point. But if it's like, they pick up, like, they're way faster on certain tracks, you just feel like you're not doing it good enough. So, for example, the touring car race, the Ford GT race we just did were pretty nice. This has been a little easy, but they're still you guys can't see the mini map. They're right behind me, man. What's up, Charlie? Charles. Hello, Charles. So it's not like I get in first and I'm just taking off, you know what I mean? Like, if I make a mistake, they're right there. I gotta keep trying. I can't just stop. Keep braking way too early. Oh, we on Paris. Nice. I could also turn it up more, but I want to... The way I like playing these games is, like, I want to win with, like, maybe at most 3 or 4 retries. I don't want to sit here and be stuck on a race for, like, 20 minutes because it's just a little bit too hard. I would much rather some races be too easy and then be really challenged in other ones than most races being very, very close to what I want and then being, like, out to lunch on other ones, you know? Like, I prefer being close to the max difficulty, but not quite over. I play for fun. How are you? Fortunately, also unfortunately existing. We are here. Also, acting in this race, or in this game, has been pretty good so far. This is the first new race we've done. This is the farthest I've been in the career now. Valentin Manzi does not like me. I wouldn't be able to tell you until, like, next week.
I'm Seneca's lead engineer.
Last time I played, you know what? I think they crammed more... Because they knew we were only playing the first 6 races, I think they crammed more cutscenes into the first 6 races on the marketing build. I think they spread them out over the real one, over this.
See, most of the weight is down here in the chassis.
But yeah, no, it's hard to say it's good by only playing it an hour. Grid 2019 felt good, and then I played it about 8 to 10 hours I put into it, and then I was like, wait a minute, this game sucks.
Run faster than the Type 8. And I did it in under a week.
Yeah, because I remember this cutscene. We've never been this far.
Now I work on anything with an engine and a roll cage. Touring cars, muscle cars, open wheel. It's grid legal, I can build it to win. Challenge is finding someone who can drive them all.
I like the acting in this game. Yeah, like, I played it on the wheel, and I was like, oh my god, this actually feels kind of great. And then I put 8 to 10 hours into Grid 2019, and was like, it's literally just an event list. And the handling is good sometimes, and terrible in other times. And the multiplayer is basically non-existent, which isn't a problem for me, but if you're spending $80 on a video game, and you might want the multiplayer to work. There's a lot about the last game that was either mediocre, not good, or just they did put no effort into it. But it feels like they really tried with this one so far.
No, thank you.
Bong rips and dong grips. I'm using that. That's going on a t-shirt, baby. The Mr. Aero HD merch line is growing. Finish 7th or higher.
You need to finish in the top 7. Good luck.
We've got the cars to match faults. Let's put the pressure on.
I'm so confused. I want to... How do I drive? Oh, I'm in now. Oh, it's a rolling start. Oh, it's multi-class. Holy fuck. Okay. It did not explain that at all. Okay. I think we're the faster class. Yeah, we are, because it shows the classic touring is 10 seconds ahead. So this is backwards than what you would do in real life, but if they did multi-class like how they do in real life and you were in the fastest class, you would literally never see the slowest class and it wouldn't matter. So by flipping it for the purposes of the arcade game, it actually makes a lot of sense because now you got to pass all the slow cars. There will always be at least one interaction with the fastest class and the slowest class, even if there's not a whole lot of laps. Some people might not like that and be like, more realism. I like it a lot, actually. I think that's pretty neat.
You're mid-pack going into lap 2.
Yeah, because I mean, like if you think about it, if you had classic touring cars starting behind track day specials, which I think is what this is, we would literally never see the touring cars in 4 laps. This is so much better. Like, it's stupid. It makes no sense when it comes to, oh my, everyone's dead! Is that an Integra? What is that? The fuck is that? Yeah, that's a... Oh. Oh, no, that's a Renault. What I didn't like about a lot of the older, like the older Grid game, and I don't know if I just didn't play it enough or what, but, no, it was a Renault again. You know that if you are a fan of old BTCC, it's the British Racing green and yellow logo. I'm like 100% sure it's a Renault. I don't think it's a Megane, but I know it's a Renault. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. But yeah, there wasn't enough like world building in the last game, and I don't necessarily mean they didn't make me feel part of the world. Like, there was not really a commentator, there was no spotter. It seemed like nothing was happening on track during the races. Ouch. Like, the cars were just driving, you know what I mean? El Laguna, yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. Teamwork. Well, no, it's like like I said, it feels a lot like Grid 1 on track now, where you'll have random spin-outs. Apparently, you'll have random mechanical failures. You'll blow tires, or like your enemies will blow tires. Bye, Tank. See you later. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what this game mode's about, but I think it's just multi-class, and that's how they have it set up, so. My first gripe is that it'd be cool if they did like a 5-second like elimination mode. Bottom 2 cars are eliminated every 30 seconds. It looks like it's supposed to be there, and I don't know if it's just my copy of the game, because I'm playing it on PC, and everyone's PC game is different. Or if it's a glitch or something. It feels like there should be a little mini cutscene to explain the game mode, and then there just isn't. So, it'd be nice if there was a little bit more. Tensions between number 22 and Valentine are building due to a racing incident. Oh, is that crash?
Chop it all up if you want to go back over it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is him.
Be great.
I hope I don't say anything stupid.
Me too, man.
Don't record anything stupid, yeah? What's your name? Tom. Lovely to meet you. Tom? You're right, dear? Tom? Okay, let's get this started. Hi, I'm Valentin Manzi, and I'm a 10-time grid world champion. I'm just kidding. I've never actually won.
I love this game already.
Come close, though.
I love him. I want to buy him a beer. He's such a goober. I love this. Oh, that's me.
A difficult result for Seneca 22 there.
Heard the new driver broke the tail off that Dumont.
Yeah, still haven't nailed down that new braking system yet.
Are you on board with this? Bringing in some amateur this close to the start of the season.
You were some amateur until Ada hired you.
Thought you had a Dumont to fix.
See what I mean? Like it just seems like there should be more cutscene there, and there's not.
Will they have settled their differences, or will they be at war once again?
The lore is that this team has gone through so many number 2 drivers that they're not even bothering calling you by your name because you're not going to be there long enough. Beat Valentine. We're in. Oh, I love this class. I'm so glad this class is back.
You need to be Valentine Manzi for us to be on course.
See you later, nerds. The snow. It's the lighting. Because of all... Oh, hello! I'm here! Goodbye!
Careful now, I think you might have pushed them too far.
I'm sorry, Paul. Because of all the cool, like, LED lighting, like, cool is in, like, the temperature, not it looks cool. And the dust, it looks like snow, because we're in Dubis. We're in Doobie Town. Alright, I'm trying to be a little less aggressive. We have 4 laps. I've pissed off 2 people. They're very... Oh! Didn't happen. Yeah, I don't know if I like... Them calling me Driver 22 is not going to be a make or break for me, but I would have much rathered, like, what literally every other game does. Give me a list of names to pick from. And then for the cutscenes, just... I swear to God, I braked early. I'm just driving like a maniac. For the cutscenes, you'd be like, yeah, that new driver for Seneca. Like, just don't use the name. But when it's in race stuff, go, okay, you know, Jeff or whatever my name is. Calling me Driver 22 just kind of, like, doesn't... It stops me from getting into the game a bit more. I think that if they would have had time or would have thought of that or, like... I think it would have been a better idea. Rick Scott! Oh, the Evo just doesn't stop. Gotcha. Yeah, or just commit to a name and a character. I feel like they're like, oh, we'll just call them Driver 1222 so they can self-insert. Not a bad idea, but it didn't really work out. Track design's been good so far. Lots of elevation change. I like the reading out lap times. Yume is missing some pieces of her vehicle. Oh, where? I turned to the left there for no good reason. That's what I meant to do. I kind of want to win every race, but I think we'll be okay. As long as we beat the goal. I kind of want to win everything, but it's just fine. I drive like poo in there anyway. Event mode's where you want to win everything. She demanded me to a race in GT2 in Havana. Okay, cool. Welcome to Cuba. Cuba. See what I mean? I feel like there should be a cutscene there. And there's not. Thing off? No, I don't know. Oh. Oh, big Ford.
K22, you have permission to race Yume. See if you can beat her.
Okay. As long as you don't take each other out of the race.
Don't worry, I think we are both professionals, Marcus.
Dude, it's a GTE. See, this is where the braking line would have helped, but like it looks so stupid on the track. Like I can't get over it. I saw my, like, I could see my legs move. That's so cool. Maybe? There hasn't been as many, like, scripted on-track events as Breaking Point, which I actually don't like. This is supposed to be a story mode. This isn't your main single-player... Oh, I wasn't looking. This isn't your main single-player experience, right? So why not give me a bunch of, like, scripted, like, oh, no, you catch up to her, you know, and then you die. Or, like, you crash, or, like, whatever. Because basically Breaking Point is the main comparison to this game right now. Because it's made by the same people and kind of does the same thing. Adds a little bit of flavor to a game that would have had basically none in terms of single player. Yeah, but animated legs in the first grid, they looked like polygons. Now they look like legs. It looks cooler. Online co-op. Oh, no. I don't think it's anything like that. I think you just earn career, like, XP and stuff online. I watched the Traction review last night, and I think they touched on that a little bit. I wasn't trying to pay too much... Oh, goodbye. I was trying to pay, like, attention, but not too much attention to that review. I didn't really want to have my opinion spoiled by somebody else's opinion. I wanted to come into this as fresh-minded as possible. Oh! 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 He died! Is he gonna die again? Holy fuck. We are out of retries. We're back. It's fine. I didn't mean to do that. He's being a little defensive. Nothing crazy. I'm going for big blocks, but...
Get that, Dees. This is the final lap.
That's what I mean. I said that already. Who, like, the presentation, like, Codemasters, if they can do anything right consistently, it is the presentation of a video game. Yeah, like, you got it, like, it's always been like that. Like, that's just how the rewind mechanic crumbles, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you'll get a second chance, but so will the AI, and they might make the same mistake, they might not. So he is... I get close and just can't seem to pass clean. Oh, we gotta run this time. Distort these nuts. You can curb hop without the game trying to murder you. This is nice. Oh, there's a turn here. I've dropped a bit of frames, but nothing crazy.
Alright, I take back what I said about the Dumont. Well raised, 22.
Moon above the castle. Yeah, all the achievements, a lot of the achievements in this game have like cute racing game lore to them.
It looks like you mate Tanaka has no choice but to accept this teammate is here to stay. Is this Seneca's time to shine?
Thunder Down Under and Map Panorama. Classic touring cars. And now Seneca must refocus and chase down Volts if they want to keep their dream alive. Oh, he's got the lemon wedge in there. Circuit racing. Like, it just seems like there should be more cutscene there, but... It's moist out there. I have not tried drifting yet. I'm hoping it comes up in the World Series. If after like 3 hours it does not, I will back out and do it myself.
Well, Mansley, good luck in the race today, and we are very happy with this emerging relationship.
Work with Yume to chase Volts. Well, how do I do that? Finish 5th or higher. Sim Pro Season.
You hear that? Well and truly on the Volts radar. Don't be surprised if Mandy takes it up a notch. Good luck.
So this is kind of simulating what would be like. So you start your event tree in Rookie, and then Semi-Pro, Pro, and then like the Legend difficulty. Legend events, I mean. So it's kind of simulating that here, which is neat. Oh, we're in the lagoon.
Out here. Don't take risks today if you can help it.
Oh yeah, Paul still doesn't like me. Gotcha. Paul's still not a Driver 22 fan. Come on. Oh. That was a little rude. Oh, his name's not Paul. It's Raul. Raul Popescu. He just doored me. That's fine. How do I make him not mad? How do I use the L2 button? I don't want to use the Intimidator button. I want to use the other one. All right, chat. So, quick note. We're incredibly slow in a straight line.
Told you it was tough. Sadie LeBlanc just lost control.
Oh, he's blocking the fuck out of me, too. Not gonna work. See you later, butt fart. It turns a lot better than you'd expect in the rain. But this is also front-wheel drive, so I feel like maybe... I see Noah up there's having a grand old time in the E30. Alright, you got 3 laps. This isn't the best Bathurst model I've ever seen, but it does the job. This is a Renault Laguna. Was used in, I don't know if it was using a World Touring car, but was definitely a mainstay of BTCC back in the day. Aeroteq. I'm going to keep doing that voice, by the way. Oh, he's in the Alpha. A little block ski for the boys. There's the jump. Rallycross, it's fine. We're here. Hello. I love how she's friends now. She's like, I didn't trust this guy at first. Now she's like, I think he's aight.
They say you cut.
What a move.
You'll have to slow down and give up the time and positions gained.
Nah. I'm going to cover the right side. Valentin is zooming in that Audi. Oh! 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 Ow! Something broke. John Ferrari is in shambles once again. Thank you for the bits, by the way, Tank. It is still grid. Yeah, the water's not really doing... It looks cool, not really doing much. Like, I've obviously never not done this track in the dry, but it doesn't feel much different than what I would expect it to drive like in the dry. Didn't happen. Don't know what you're talking about. Maybe a little bit of understeer, but that could have just been because we were going downhill. Oh, yeah. This isn't the best version of Bathurst I've ever seen by far. Yeah, but I mean, like, just having it be a skin is also kind of lame. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely looking at this with my arcade racer hat on, but, like, a little bit of extra wheel spin coming out of the corner would be cool. Like, something to make it feel like, oh no, we're in the rain, not just rain noises, you know? Like, I do not feel like I'm being hindered by the conditions here whatsoever. Again, it could just be because I'm in a front-wheel drive car, but it feels like it's turning totally fine.
The time last lap was a 2:28.9.
Oh, Lori, Lori, Lori. Slingshot, engage. We're fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just adding drama. It's scripted. That was actually scripted? That was meant to happen. Why am I so lost? Like, I know how this track goes. I'm just, like, in the middle for some reason. It's a pre-recorded stream. I still remember the guy who came in Ryan's stream like, yo, what the fuck? You're playing pre-recorded streams? This is stupid. Yeah, I didn't come here to watch any pre-recorded stuff. Your content sucks, blah, blah, blah. And Ryan was like, what? And, like, Ryan was directly responding to him, and the guy in chat was still like, fucking pre-recorded stream. Sellout. And then 8 people were like, it's not pre-recorded, though. He's like, why does my chat not show up on screen? And I was like, yeah, because the YouTube chat doesn't show up on screen. He's literally been talking to you for the past 5 minutes. He was like, oh. Oops. I'm not slowed down by the grass. Oh, it definitely handles like a front-wheel drive car. Again, it's an arcade game. Like, it could be power on understeering more, but the turning's a bit more sluggish. There's no oversteer like at all. I mean, they could have tried a bit harder, but at the same time, go play Project Cars. you know, like it's what they're going for. That's not a Thunder. No. Oh, I see. Yeah, like it's like because of the way it looks and like the whole skin of the game, you expect it to be more of like a Forza competitor. No, not at all. In terms of like more realism, like no. Seneca take on an elimination event where it seems luck is not on their side. I love how the same sponsors from F1 are in this. So it's almost like it's canon.
So it's now becoming clear that the Seneca driver has some real chops. But doing well across a few races is not the same as doing well across the whole range of the grid.
Well,
the grid.
We're giving votes around for the money, aren't we?
And Marcus Ado is under enormous pressure to deliver a good result this season.
I agree. We can't keep it out. None of it matters.
Here's the grim reality. Either Seneca delivers magic this season, or they won't survive as a team.
No, it's not optimism, it's faith. Try it sometime.
It looks like you mate Tanaka is in strong position to get the lion's share of the points today. Though number 22 won't be relaxing.
Ooh, it's this track. My nostalgia. Stay in the fight. Finish 8th or higher. Oh, Porsche. Oh, Stratos. Alright, I'm expecting this to handle like a bag of shit. Oh, Valentin doesn't like me now. That is a... Was that Yume? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, it was.
Yume's been eliminated. We're relying on you to stay in this race.
That was a hashtag scripted moment. Dude, can we just talk with Raul? Like, what's his issue? I'm sorry. I think I like lightly hit him with my quarter panel there. He's like, you must die. I'm like, man. Oh my god. He's gonna protest me after the race. Can I protest his protest, and then in turn, can that protest be protested? Smiley face. Did they smooth this out? I hope they smooth this out a little bit. Just a bit. I remember in Grid 1, used to get damaged because these jumps were so harsh. So you still get air now, but they smoothed out the landings a little bit, which is perfect. And they actually give you time to brake here now, which is cool. Is that a Ferrari? It is a Ferrari. Is John Ferrari driving a Ferrari? Have we done it, chat? He sure is. That was a move and a half, by the way. No penalty was called, so it's not protestable. But it's going to take us 3 days to figure that out, right? My little beetle. That wasn't very nice, John. I realize his name's probably pronounced a lot more Italian than John, but it's a lot funnier if I call him John Ferrari, so just... Oh, Ren stepped out there. I got scared and just hit the brakes.
Well held. Stay in that safety zone.
Stay in the safety zone. What am I, talking to a girl? Am I flirting? I'm sorry! Oh, he's got bigger problems. He's driving the Batmobile right now. Oh, we're fine. See what I mean? Like a little bit of oversteer is not going to kill you, but it's not like a full arcade. Oh my god. It's not like a full arcade game where you can just lay on the throttle and power through the corner and be like, I'm fine. Like, you kind of have to take care of it, and it's not hard to do. Just counter steer, let off the gas. It's very simple to catch these slides, but you are going to lose time and you will sacrifice. So it's like, it's not like a baby game for idiots, but at the same time, like, it's holding your hand, which is kind of cool. I like it. It's not a bad thing. I know some people might not like that, but I'm not one of those people. It's trying to teach you how to be race car, but with very, very minimal consequences. Like, if I was like a John video gamer and I came out of a corner and my car was sliding, what was my reaction? Probably just to slam the brakes. And that'll work. You'll get control of your car again, but you're going to lose a shit ton of time. So it's actually just easier if you just don't do that. If you don't get the little slip in the first place. That's what I said. They like tamed out the drops a little bit. As that bums me out, but at the same time, it also bummed me out in Grid 1 to get suspension damage from just driving the track. So, I mean, this is fair. I'm fine with this. Not falling over every curb. That was a problem. That wasn't just me, right? Like, that was a problem in the last game. It seemed like with some cars, you just look at a curb funny and you're dead. But when I think of Grid, I see a curb, I want to jump it like a motocross jump. Like, that's... I specifically remember the race I rage quit on was with the Ford GT40. Keep in mind, again, this is an arcade racing game. And you would hit a curb. Move. Oh, what a maneuver! This is an arcade racing game. you'd hit a curb and you'd spin. If you lightly brushed against someone's door in the corner, you would spin, or they would spin. Somebody's spinning. It was just so inconsistent. This feels a lot more grounded, a lot more focused in terms of its driving experience. Yeah, I literally, I punched my wheel and then was like, if you're that angry, don't play it. And then I uninstalled it on stream and when I'm never playing this again, and I haven't touched it. Oh, remember that part where I said I was going to locally record the stream just in case we had frame drops? Guess who's having frame drops, and guess who didn't locally record the stream? Oops. I turned it off for the beans, and then we're back. All right, so... Ooh! Electric. Electric. Yeah, I don't want it to be like F-Zero where we're doing every corner at 1,000 miles an hour, but I don't want it to be like Assetto Corsa where I'm like... Oh my god, it's a cutscene. Is it literally just Formula E? It's literally Formula E? Is that a Fat Lace logo? That company doesn't exist anymore. There's no way. You know what, chat? I think the game remembers that I've played it before, and that is the first game type that I didn't see a cutscene for.
How are you feeling about this one?
I think it remembers. I think that's why we've been skipped a lot of cutscenes. Because we've technically done all this already.
Okay, well, Yumi, good luck out there, and Nancy, looks like you have a tough race ahead.
The subtitles still aren't keeping up. I'm not surprised. Finish 5th or higher. I'm stoked. This is going to be fun. My boost button, I think, is left bumper. Can I pause? Can I pause here? I'm about to bust. What's up?
I'm about to bust.
What's up, Cisco? How are we doing? Have you experienced the greed yet? Or are you here for the first? The first. You want to taste?
I plan on finishing this one.
No shifting.
Won't have to race alone.
I love how we have the generic. At least some sort of noise. Watched some Wangleborg earlier. In Jake, if you're still here, he was not having fun. How was he playing it? Was he playing it on a wheel? I don't plan on playing this on a wheel. I'm having a great time so far. I know me and Jimmy, especially when it comes to like Simcade stuff and arcade games, like we disagree. I remember he was like, Project Cars 3 is like the worst thing I've ever played in my entire life. I was like, I don't know. I don't think it was that bad. But also, I'm not letting Grid fool me. I remember the last time I played Grid, I loved it for the first 8 hours, and then I was like, I take that back. This game's actually doo-doo dog water. Like, I hate it. Oh, that's a lot more downforce than you think it has. Oh, well, there is nothing I can do about that. Dude, where do I get the quick juice? Where do I get the fast water? Oh my god, a corner. Oh, there it is. Whoops. Oh, you can get it once per lap. Gotcha. I didn't quite understand that. I'm sure the game explained it fine. I just wasn't thinking. Whoop! I think we could have saved that. I panicked. They were fine. I'll have to get the quick juice this time. I guess I'll have to watch his stream back. Like I figured he wouldn't like this, but here the thing that confuses me is that he, at face value, from what I remember, liked 2019, and even after playing this only for about an hour and a half, this is way better than 2019. There's more cars, there's more tracks, there's more it's more fun to play. IMHO. We are humans. We are allowed to disagree. I'm bummed he didn't like it though. Didn't he hate? I don't remember. I remember a specific comment I made. I don't remember if it was on Twitch, Twitter, or whatever. That Grid 2019 was really fun on a wheel and it had no right to be. And he was like, "Yeah, no, I totally agree with you." And I remember him streaming it, and it was like not a negative experience. But no, I don't even think it was a bad thing. I saw Daniel Gray playing this last night too, and he did not look like he was having fun. So I have boost. Oh, we get 3 of them. Yeah, I'm interested to see, like, to get his opinion in a nutshell. Because every problem I had with 2019 so far. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. That's what I mean. Like, if you're not looking for what this is, then it's not gonna satiate you. You know what I mean? Like, if you're into sim racing and you're like, I love sim racing, I want to shove all of iRacing in my ass. You're not gonna play this game and go, oh my god, I need to play, like, I need to put like 100 hours into this right now. I feel like this game, if for sim racers, is a great pick up and play experience at like 10 o'clock at night. You know what I mean? When you're going to bed in an hour or two and like you're just chilling and hanging out, or you're chilling in Discord with some friends, or you want to play racing games with some of your more normie friends and you don't want to throw them into like ACC or like or like Gran Turismo. What am I thinking about this game? I'm not like, I don't have a buy or no buy opinion right now, but I enjoyed the. Oh, it recharges. Sick. It's like a Joker lap. I'm enjoying it so far, though, Isra. Oh shit! Well, I didn't know where the finish line was. 5th or higher, we're fine. I'm gonna be mad if I have to play through this again. You know you can change your name? How do I do that? I want to be Spanky. Yeah, that's a bunch of my non-racing friends joined me on FM7 when we were on gamepads. Yeah, that's not a great game. Like, I have a friend of mine who was like, I want to get into racing games. What should I start with? And basically, Project Cars 2 was all I could give him. And even that was above his head a little bit. Like, he had to grow into Project Cars 2. Oh, I can just use my keyboard. Duh. This is for the event. I don't think it'll think. I'm pretty sure it'll still call me Driver 22. I want to call it like something ridiculous. I want like Hot Boys Garage Racing Team Event Men Dudes Driving. This all looks pretty. Well, they're still going to call me Driver 22 is what I'm saying, right? Oh, ew, 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 ew. Make it go, ew, ew, ew. Make it go away. How do I make it go away? It was no. Oh, it was a black square. Okay, I was fooled. We've been duped, everybody. I thought it was transparent. No. Spank poggers. My favorite. Yeah, it seems like they copied a lot of things over from the F1 game. Gotta tell you, doesn't really seem like a bad thing, though. Oh, yeah, there's my F1 logo. Like, I'm sure people who play F1 are gonna see these and be like, oh my god, all my same team shit is in grid. Like, this is fucking awesome. I'm sure some people will be like, this is super lazy and I hate it. To each their own, I suppose. I'm in the camp of, I think it's kind of neat. And it does look like they've added in some new stuff, so. Sure. I changed my little card. Yeah. What about my... Oh, I got... Oh, man. It's the Call of Duty kid in me. If I ever see like a notification that something's new, I need to check it. Like, it bothers me. Okay, again, when I inevitably give this game a score... I think it's going to be out of 100. Ryan brought my frame drops back. Let's go. Everybody coming from Ryan's stream. Hello, my name is Aero. We are playing Grid Legends on the PC. We are doing the story mode. I'm just kind of farting around with this for like 5 minutes. Wales. Oh, do they have it? Do they have it? Not the Canadian flag, but yeah. I use the Hong Kong flag everywhere. I'm not trying to make a political statement or anything. I just think it looks cool. What the fuck is still new? How badly it runs on my Xbox? Isra, I can tell you on my PC, I am having no issues. Oh, some of these look cool as fuck, though. Oh, that looks cool. It like matches the colors. Oh, some of these are super tight. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That matches. No offense, Hong Kong. Nothing personnel. But this matches my aesthetic, so we're going to go with that. I was going to go in here, but... You know what, chat? Let's take a little break. Let's take a little break, I think. I'm going to look at the drift cars. What do we got? We got definitely not Chris Forsberg. We've got... I guess that is a Jap Speed S15. I don't know if what the kit on that is. Ooh, we got to unlock it. Progression in my grid game? I don't believe you. And this is probably based off of like, yeah, like Rocket Bunny, whatever. And then Mark 7. Not a lot of drift cars, to be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not a lot. And I'm a little disappointed. I think the drift in Grid 1 had more. But here's the thing. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minimal disciplines here. So I will take a hit on my personal favorite class, or my personal preference class, to have more variety. And it does look like there's a lot more variety. Trucks. Yeah, there's like NASCAR truck. This is a drift truck, I think. I've seen screenshots of it doing skids. I don't know if it actually does skids. I don't know if it's like supposed to be a drift truck. Chonky, and then the other guy. I kind of didn't want to look. I don't really want to look through that too much. So, allow you customize. Created events can either be played alone or hosted online. Oh, boosts. discipline. Clubmen drift. Pro drift. I don't know what any of this means. Oh, it changes the cars that you can use. Gotcha. Crescent Valley. Yeah, I don't think drifting's a big part of this game, as much as it was in Grid 1, which is, again, kind of a bummer, but I will not sit here and complain. Let's go to Yokohama, because I feel like you guys are going to yell at me if I don't do that. Laps 3. Drivers. Drift racing. Oh. Earn points before drift scores determine. Yeah, it seems pretty. What's up, Sperry? Advanced settings. Start type standing, terminal damage. Modifiers. Oh, you can turn ramps on and off. That's wild. How do I... I said I could play it alone. You just said I could play it by my... Oh. Now it's offline. Confirm car loan. Okay, cool. I was like, I can definitely loan a car. I good you. Playing the grids. We're still figuring it out. Oh, here we go. Here's our...
Drifting isn't about pure speed or brute force. It's about ultimate car control and the nerve to hold that drift longer than your rival's dare. A drift is scored on angle, speed, and length. Bonus points are scored for getting as close as you can to the proximity markers.
So literally grid 1. Gotcha.
To get a truly great score, you need to chain drifts together to add a multiplier to your total.
Ooh, there's outside clips. That's neat.
The end of the event is crowned the Drift Legend.
Okay, let's see. Tuning. I'm not gonna touch that actually. Let's see. I turned auto counter steering off, so let's see how this feels. Is that an S? No, I thought that was an S14 front. Got some sort of 6-cylinder in here. Oh, it is 22 scores to beat. Okay. I'm scared. Alright, we're going too slow. It's definitely not as easy as grid 1. It grips up coming out of the corner. Way too grippy. Way too grippy. Ow. No, I don't know. Maybe they were playing with the counter steering assist on. Am I playing with the counter steering assist on? No? Okay. Oh, wow. They're very strict with collisions. Oh, yeah. This definitely doesn't feel like what I expected. I expect it to be like grid 1 where you could just turn in the corner and it was just like brr, 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 brr. Like it was very, 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 very easy. I have to try a lot harder here. And actually pay attention to where I'm going and like... Also, I think Yokohama may have been a bad track for... It just feels like there's a lot of rear grip. Like, way more than there should be. Oh, I'm dead. Like, if I had a clutch, I'd be beating the hell out of a clutch right now. It does, yeah. I feel like it's artificially gripping you up, so you're not constantly drifting, but at the same time, why not? I'm gonna have to learn this. This is lap 3, and we're on, like, normal difficulty, and we're not even close. Yeah, just matting it in second and third is, you just spear off. So yeah, if you liked Grid 1, this is a huge difference. Like, big difference. What I'm getting from this is don't go crazy with the angle and kind of let the car do the work for you. $22nd. Let me try that again. 811 points. 811,000. I got... Ew. Let's try that again. I want less grip. How's the game? We're figuring that out. I don't think this is gonna work, but it's very vague on what does what in terms of what I'm looking for. It doesn't change, like, the explanation of, like, changing your anti-roll bar would do this in the middle of the corner for drifting. Like, still for, like, driving. Better. Immediately better. Stiff for anti-roll bar, the car actually wants to move and rotate. I don't feel like I have to fight it to get it to do what I want it to do now. It definitely still feels like... It's not like Forza, where it's completely independent and you can, like, really push your angle. Like, there's definitely a limit to how much angle you need to do, and unfortunately it doesn't seem that high. You lose everything. Okay, that's rough. I just came off of Juice 2, where you lose half your score if you hit something, and that's like a sign. That's not a wall or, like, okay, good to know. This camera is way better, IMHO. Oh, that's strict. I'm expecting, if you're getting into this expecting, like, it to be super easy, it's not. It's not hard per se. Like, I don't have to do a lot of counter steering here, but it's weird. It's like holding my hand, but also not at all. Like, I can't go 4th gear wide and do 90-degree entries like I would be able to in, like, Forza or Assetto or a game, you know, where that isn't arcade. Which is fine. It's kind of what I expected. I'm not mad about that, but at the same time, it's like not goo goo gaga baby easy like I expected it to be. So it's kind of weird. You definitely don't earn as much points as... Come on! That's not... The cone was on the ground! That's not fair. Let's go to tuning. I was like, 1 click is not going to make that difference. It's only 2 clicks to the right. This reminds me of old Forza games because I'm using the handbrake to do, like... Yeah, I feel like contact with solid objects, walls, cars, should absolutely kill your combo. But, like, signs, cones, that should not. Oh, grip racing feels great. This feels like I'm still trying to get used to it. Oh, yeah, if you're just... I mean, I'm playing with the assist off. I want to kind of get to grips with this and then try it with the drift assist on. Okay, I think maybe I was just overthinking it. This isn't what I hoped it would be, but I'm not enjoying myself. It's just very firm. Like, it feels like the rear tires are made of glue, like, which is fine, I guess. But I feel like they tried to go for a like grounded in reality physics base here, and I don't think it worked. Oh, like casual baby gamers are gonna hate this. Again, I don't know if it's way easier with the assist on, but with the assist off, it's... Oh, that's dirt. That's probably why it's not counting. Is it cap at 25? No. Okay. Oh no! So now, like, it's done. That's silly. All right, everything firm. It might make it worse. It might make it better. Yeah, keep in mind I have the assist off. I kind of want to learn how it... I want to get comfortable with it with the assist off, because that's how I'm going to play it in my playthrough. Oh. And if it's way better with the assist on, which I have the sneaking suspicion it will be, because that way you'll just turn into the corner. Like, I'm actually having a counter steer here, and it's fun, but definitely not the baby doo-doo goo goo gaga game that I expected it to be. Oh, I timed that wrong. Like I said, I just think the rear tires have way... the whole car feels so heavy. I wouldn't go so far as say it's Need for Speed Heat. Again, I have the assist off. I think with the assist on, I'll see where they're coming from, but... If the drifting felt like this in Need for Speed Heat, I would have been stoked. Like, this isn't bad. It's just not what I expected. And I don't think it would have been as good as a, like, dumb idiot... very simple arcade-style drift mechanic like they've done in, I don't know, almost every other game to my knowledge. I'd have to play like Grid 2 or whatever other Grid games had drifting in them. I know one of them didn't. I know the last one didn't. Like in Grid 1, you could not drive the car normally. I feel like if I wanted to, I could drive this car around the track completely normally. Oh, okay. All right. No, drift mode still easy. Oh, duh-doy. I have rewind. Why did I restart? Oh. Does it take my combo away anyway? It looks like it takes my combo away anyway. Well, I had 100... Yep, it... So rewinding on drift is completely pointless. It looks like it takes your combo away anyways. Does anyone remember the gameplay footage they put out? It was an RX-7. I think it was at... it cashes out. So we should be over 8,000 here. Nope. It does not cash out. I banked one combo. Yeah, this is stiff. This is really stiff. It's not bad, but... they could have been better. You still won. Like I said, as long as you don't crash, I don't think drifting's going to be that difficult in this game. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It doesn't feel as nice as OG Grid did, which is kind of disappointing. But that game was like the absolute top tier best arcade drifting game I've ever played. However, again, that could completely change with the assist on. So I'm gonna go to a different track and turn the assist on. Actually, no, I'm gonna do the intelligent thing. Go to a different track and compare the two. Because I know I watched. So Clubman Drift might have different power. Yeah. OG Grid like 2008. Grid 2019 doesn't exist. That's a pretend game. Oh yeah, these have way better stats. Maybe that's why it was like super grippy. Let's try Clubman. I hope not. I would hope with the Pro Drift cars it gets easier, but okay. Sure. I'm going to go to, I think it was Strada Alpina that we're driving on. I'll go to Okatama, actually. I've changed my mind. And then I'm going to rent the RX-7 because that's the car that they were using. Yeah, Grid 2008, you could just turn into the corner, and the rear tires are like made of ice, which is not realistic at all whatsoever. But that's what made it fun. You didn't have to try. You just like drove the car and went wee, and like that was really all you had to do. Here, it feels like your tires are made of glue, and it's just odd. It just is a very odd decision. You would think for drifting in an arcade game, you'd have basically no grip. And give your front end all of the grip. Like on the older Grid game, you could easily do these corners. The full corner. But see how like in the middle of the corner here, it runs out of steam? It's like it runs out of power. Like this is kind of lame, to be honest. It's like the handling model is fighting the car. See what I mean? Like it just bogs in the middle of the corner. This car feels a lot looser than the S15 did. It just feels like they tried to make it a little bit more realistic, and in turn they made it worse. Like, I liked the old Grid because you could... the old Grid is in Grid 1. Race Driver Grid. I liked it because it was very, 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 very easy, but very rewarding when you learned it. So, like, if you're John race car driver... and you don't like drifting and you just need to get through the events, it was totally fine. But if you're like me and it's like one of your favorite forms of motorsport and you want to get stuck in with it, it was a lot more fun. If anything, I think the drifting in the first grid was a little bit too slidey, but not that that's a problem. So I have countersteering assist on now. Well, that was just a bad idea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see why the car is like dying out in the middle of the corner. I understand I'm in 4th gear and everything, but... And this is a Clubman drift car. Oops. I'm not trying to do well now. I'm trying to feel it. As far as I know, Teku, no. But I've only, like, tried for 5 seconds. Yeah, I feel like this is a lot harder to control where I'm going now. Like, drifting is easier. I just turn into the corner. Yeah, this isn't great. Like, it's not shit. Like, it's not ass, but it's definitely not as good as the older game. Do they let you have a clutch button? That might change everything. They do. Okay. Where do I put it? I'll bind it. So this might change literally everything, so bear with me. I'll map it to the boost button, and then I will map that to up on the D-pad. What does up on the D-pad do? Teammate attack request. I feel like we're going to need that. Status request. Well, I want to use my clutch, man. Okay, well, I'll map it back. I'll put it back. It's fine. That does nothing. Okay. All right, I'll take the assist off because it's just hampering all like it's very not great with the assist on. It's not that hard with the assist off. With the assist on, it's kind of what I expected it to feel like. Yeah, why the fuck am I dying out? I understand these are long corners, but, like, you don't really have a lot of tracks for me to choose from. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll go back to the pro cars, and if the pro cars feel the same, then, well, that's unfortunate. It's not going to ruin, like, my opinion of the game so far, but it is kind of a bummer. I was looking forward to the drifting being fun. And if it's just meh, then, you know, that's kind of ruins the experience. Pro... so we'll stay here because I want to have a, you know, the same experience. Yeah, it gives me these 4 tracks to choose from. I wonder if there's like, oh, you know, no, it gives you, these are what you can choose from. For racing. So yeah, you can't take drift tracks off of drift cars off of drift tracks, which is understandable but kind of disappointing. Like, it's not the end of the world, but sad. Vehicle upgrades. Oh, well, maybe that we'll have to see now. Vehicle and mechanic upgrades on. Well, I'm not playing online game, am I? So this has the most power and the least handling. The story mode. The story mode's been fine for me so far. They could have went a little bit harder into like on-track scripted stuff like they did with Breaking Point, but whatever. It's fine. Tuning. I'm not going to touch anything this time. Oh, V8. Yeah, this is Forsberg's old car. Oh, this is way better. Holy fuck, this is way better. It still dies out mid-corner, but it's not as bad as it was with the other cars. Again, it's just too much grip. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of used to this now at this point. Like, it's an arcade racing game, guys. Why did you make it? So the drift mode, I understand that, like, the drifting in this game is not as big of a piece as it was in, to the game as it was in Grid 2008 or 2009 or whatever. But I shouldn't be bogging in a pro drift car in third gear. I also shouldn't have to tune it to make it fun. It should just be fun out of the box, and then the setup makes it better or worse. Yeah, like, this makes no sense to me. We're going 65. I get him in fourth, but it's also a V8, like... I'm not really trying to focus on my line or anything. I'm just trying to process how it feels. Yeah, and it's not like this is a realistic game. Like, if this was like Project Cars drifting, I'd be like, okay, I see where you're coming from, but is your drift mode on such fast tracks? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, that would be more of the problem. But my problem now is there's 4 drift tracks in the game. I don't think this is going to change a goddamn thing, but we'll try, and I'm going to shorten the gears up just a skosh. And I don't think that's going to change anything. I think it's going to feel slightly different, but for the most part, exactly the same. Nope, it's exactly the same. Like, I can't go to fourth because it'll die. It handles better. But it's not like it feels like it's got a 1,300 horsepower now. Like, it's still way too grippy. Like, the actual, like, corner-to-corner handling of the game was not where I had the problem. It's why in a arcade racing game is my drift car gripping up mid-corner? on basically every corner. I am full throttle. I have mapped the clutch, and I'm using it. Other than the rear grip, this like, it's almost like it wasn't tested by people who drift in video games. And it's almost like they have somebody on their creator program that they could have asked, like, hey, man, maybe play this and let us know how it feels. You know? I'm still not even sure if those cones are bonus points or not. Oh, Juiced was like way too far the other way. Juiced is like you turn into the corner and it goes ski. I'm comparing this to Grid 2008 that I just finished. Basically Forza, that's about it. Every other game, like, I don't know, like, it's like they're like, we need to add more grip so our driver, like, our core fan base, who isn't super into drifting and maybe isn't very good at it, don't feel like they're struggling. But the more grip you add to a drift car, the harder it gets to drive. Add a shit ton of grip to the front, no grip to the rear, so all you have to do is turn into the corner and the car drives. What they did was, it's like they're using the same physics from the racing, which is fine. Like I don't hate this. Like, it's not like this is unplayable. Like, this is garbage. Like, it's not awful. It just could have been way better. Like, it's a 6 out of 10 when it could have been an easy 10 out of 10. All they have to do is just take down rear grip from basically every car. Yeah. And it's like, not to toot my own horn, but it's not like it's like, oh, you're just a noob and you don't know, like, how to drift. Like, I drift in sims, like, and I realize that not every game is going to be a sim. Like, I've thousands of hours in the Forza franchise with drifting. I just played, again, the first Grid game, which has probably some of the best arcade drift physics that I've ever felt, where it's very, very, very easy for new players and very fun for people who know what they're doing. This is going to be, I think, negligible for new players, and it feels like I have shackles on. Like, I feel like I could be doing so much cooler shit if the car just made, like, double the horsepower, or the rear tires had half the grip. The front end and the way the car moves around is great. I like it a lot. But it's just way, way too much rear grip. Way too much. Like, it feels like the car has 300 horsepower, not 13. You upgraded the power on this car? If I need to upgrade the car for the game to be playable, that's a fuck up. Well, okay, that's an over-exaggeration, but... And it's not like this track is very wide and compared to other tracks that are very tight. I know Strata's like this. Yokohama is pretty similar to this. It just feels so grippy. Like, way too grippy for an arcade game. I'm not going to go too far in with the drifting because we're going to do that Monday on Traction. I was going to do multiplayer, but I think what I'm going to do instead is kind of get stuck in with this mode and see if we can get it feeling good and spend some money on the car and upgrade it and whatever and see if that makes a difference. But like I said, at least for me, if your rental drift cars, like Grid, the first Grid game, if I just say Grid, I mean the 2008 one. The 2019 one doesn't exist. The first Grid game had no upgrades, and every car felt great. Drifting was stupid, but I liked it that way. Like, it was dumb, if you know what I mean. This is like the last track to try, so we'll try the Evo, I guess. I doubt it'll make a difference, but every car felt great. Even the AE86, which you would expect to like not have any power on fast tracks, they just kind of made it so you could use it anywhere, and it was fun. So unless you can like triple the horsepower on these cars, it's just, it's not bad, but it could have been a hell of a lot better. Yeah, that's what I mean, Pig. Like if you knew what you were doing in that game, you could have a lot of fun. If you didn't know what you were doing, it was easy enough to just get the event done and move on. I'm not getting that from this. I'm getting that if you don't, it's arcade. If you don't know that by the grid title, then I don't know what to tell you. If you went into this game thinking it was going to be a sim, that is a you problem. Okay, so this is a bit tighter. I'm just driving like ass. This is not the game. This is me. This is way better of a track layout. I'm still dying in the middle of the corners, dude. Like, I feel like we have slicks on the car. Like, it drives great. It just way too much rear grip. Yeah, this is way better of a track. This is way more suited to this handling model. The cones do nothing, by the way. I've learned that now. I think they're just visual markers. Like those yellow cones are just visual markers. They don't do anything. Also, San Andreas, I didn't mean to jump down your throat there, man. You'd be surprised the amount of people that come in here and go, this game is bad. It's not a sim. At least that was like that with when we played Project Cars and when we played Grid 2019. People were just like, game bad, Assetto Corsa better. I'm like, well, yeah, it's two different games. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This is so close to being sick, guys. It's very close. And I think if you end up getting the game and you end up playing it, you're going to know exactly what I mean. That is. How's Project Cars 3? It was the grid. It was basically a grid game, but with none of the charm. I don't know, Jake. Maybe I'm a weirdo, but from the marketing, I could tell what they were doing pretty immediately. I was like, yeah, they made an arcade game, or they made like they've toned it down, but they don't want to lose their core audience, so they're just saying things. Yeah, it really feels like this car has 200 horsepower. Which is, again, a crying fucking shame, because the actual way the car like handles and maneuvers, especially on a track that's like a little bit slower like this one, so much more fun. Like, it's so fun. But as soon as you start pulling angle, like, the car just goes, which is more arcade than the other. They're pretty similar. It's kind of hard to describe that to you because one is on the dirt and one's on the tarmac, and they're both going to feel completely different. I'd say this game is like half a point more realistic. Or everything feels better. I won't even say realistic. Everything feels better. Grid or Dirt 5, it felt like the cars were rotating from a center point. This feels like you're driving a car. It's still an arcade game. You can still take corners on 100,000 miles an hour. But, and like bump off walls and arcade game stuff, but like, I should be able to drift this whole track, no problem. Yeah, it feels like there's so much grip on the rear. I'm so bummed, man. Like I said, this isn't bad. This isn't bad at all. But it feels like we have like 300mm rear tires on, and the car is making 4 horsepower. I realize that there's upgrades and stuff, but if it feels like this out of the box, unless you can double the power of the car, I do not see it getting better. And even if it does, like, you figure people are probably going to go, oh, I'm going to try the drift mode. Fuck off, dude. And again, Ed, Oh, no, I banked that time. Okay. Any sort of tuning? Just sliders, which is fine, but, like, it's... DT7, yeah. If you're looking for more of a grounded racing experience, like, this is not made to compete with Gran Turismo. This is a completely different experience. I'm so upset. I'm having fun, though. Like, like I said, this isn't bad at all. It's just this close to being amazing. And this little missing piece is just... Oh, I see. Look at the rear of this car. They've put drag slicks on this. Somebody played a little bit too much Forza Motorsport. And was like, you know what? Drag slicks, that's the key. Yeah, it's sponsored by Hoosier. We figured it out, boys. RSR E-Cheap. Frederick Osbo, is that you? Like, look. Maybe... This is the camera I use for the racing. It's like the diff is open. It's like they didn't lock the diff. Like the outside wheel is just turning, and the inside wheel is just doing nothing. There's so much... And there's no diff settings in the tuning, so... This was so close to being great. This was so close to being great. That's sad. Honestly, I don't see them patching this. I don't see them, like... Normally, if there's a bug in the game, they'll patch it. Like, I don't know. I don't work at Codemasters. I don't work at Codemasters, right? Like I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, this is so stupid that a rewind, you lose your score still. I feel like that's bugged. I feel like that's not supposed to be like that. Like that can be patched. But the general feeling of the car, I had fears when they showed drift gameplay, and I was like, oh no, this looks super like gripped up. Like, this doesn't look like the old drift mode at all. But then I was like, well, you know how it is. Marketing types are usually not very good at drift modes. Like, they just kind of go out and go burp, 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 and make noise and don't really try. They're not really very good at it. So maybe, somebody who knows what they're doing. Oh, really? Okay. Now I'll take that back. I'm an idiot. I don't know, dude. Hitting a literal cone and losing your entire score seems a bit strict, but if it's always been like that, then statement retracted. Like, this track is so fun, but... I said, it feels like the car's on slick tires with an open diff. Like, the actual weight transfer is very fun. The actual, like, moving it from corner to corner is fun. The sounds are great. The smoke is fun to look at. It's just this rear grip, dude. And again, I mapped my clutch to be able to try and fight it. And it's like, it's so disappointing. So close. And it's not bad. Like, it's not a... This isn't a bad game type. It's just... They could have been the best arcade drift experience, but they ruined it by just... I don't know. I don't even know, like, why you'd make your game handle like this. It's one of those Brad... Well, you know what I mean, right? Like, I don't mean to insult people who, like, put out gameplay trailers, but they're not professional game players. They're professional game makers. It's like if I made an omelet and there was some eggs in it and some chef was like, look at this fucking guy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not I don't mean that as an insult. Like, but it's so close to being like super, super, super good, and it's just mediocre. And I don't get if this was a design choice. I don't understand why this is the way they went. Because I think having less grip in the rear would actually make it easier for casual players and people who knew what they were doing. Because then you just go wee, and you know what I mean. Like with the assist on, it would be the easiest thing in the world. Yeah, it feels like you're driving a stock GR86. When this is, again, we don't have horsepower figures, but this is a pro drift car, which in 2022 usually means 800 horsepower plus. There is no reason I should be bogging in second gear, especially because it's an arcade game. Especially because it's an arcade game. If it was a sim, or if it was like a simcade, if it was, you know, like if this was Gran Turismo, I'd be like, all right, I see what you're doing. Then I can like change the rear tire size, I can pump up the rear pressures, but like because it's an arcade game, I don't have those tools. The Clubman cars are worse. 2 full laps of Strada. You know what? I said I wasn't gonna do anymore, but I'll try. I didn't try the 8.6 to be fair, or the BRZ, whatever you want to call it. I tried the RX-7 because that's what I saw in the trailer. But we'll try this. I wish, man, I wish we could see how much horsepower it had, because that would validate a lot of my concerns. It feels like, again, it just feels like the rear diff is wide open and the rear tires are way too grippy. The rest of it feels great. But unfortunately with drifting, the diff and the rear tires are like the two of the main things. I will try this. I had very little faith in this. I'll leave everything the standard, because this track looked really big, but we'll try it. What engine? Stock? Sounds good. Okay. Alright, we're not losing speed in the middle of that corner. Is it because I'm shifting down? Am I overthinking it? Oh no, it's just like, you can feel it in the center of the corner, just run out of puff. The rear tires start gripping. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to the score. I don't want to reset every 10 seconds. If I was trying for scores here, I would just try to stay away from the cones, but... You see how it's just like dying out in the middle of the corner? Maybe because I'm trying to go for too much angle, but it doesn't look that way. Like, it looks like I'm barely drifting when I'm doing what it... Like, I'm barely drifting here. Oh, I should check that just in case. I know, I'm pretty sure I have everything off, but... Turn ABS off. Clutch override. Manual sequential. That's perfect. That's awesome. You actually, by the way, you could use sequential and have a clutch for those people who do not have a shifter, but you've got 3 pedals. Yeah, there's no assist that I can tell. And even then, it doesn't feel like it's cutting power. It just feels like the rear end's giving up. Like I said, it feels like I'm on an open diff or like slick tires. It feels like the cars make 300 horsepower. And I'm not comparing this to Assetto Corsa. I'm not comparing this to Car X. I'm not comparing this to Forza. Could be open diff in a drift car. That's a mistake. Unless it's like a whoopsie. But This is so close to being tight, and it's just meh. Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is it's slowing me down in the middle of the corners as a penalty for pulling too much angle. But if that's the case, that's even worse because, like, at least from the chase cam here, it looks like I'm barely trying. Yeah, well, I mean, also, I'm only using that as an analogy, Hoot. I don't actually mean I think the diffs are locked open. I don't think that that is a thing. I mean, I'm not a developer. I don't know, but I don't think that is a thing that you can turn on and off. So either all of these were coded with, like, that kind of thing, but it almost feels like the race cars in a way where you can slide in the corner, but when on corner exit, it'll grip itself up. Yeah, this is definitely better, but my line is terrible. I'm sure that's also playing a role. All right, I'm gonna leave it for now. I said we have a whole stream on Monday to mess around with this, so. No, it might look like traction control, but it's definitely not. Like, traction control, you'd feel it kind of like, you know what I mean? And then I have all the assists turned off when it comes to drifting. There's a drift assist, which does make it a lot easy for casual players. From like, oh, goodbye. I may have pressed a button I wasn't supposed to press. I'm not putting that much thought into it, to be honest. I'm just going to go back to what I was enjoying, which is the story mode. I'm disappointed, but, like, again, it's not... I'm not going to get to a drift event and go, oh, I'm not playing this. This is awful. It's a bummer, but... Traction gloves for you when? It's funny you say that. Shorten the gears. I don't know when you got here, PJ, but I tried that. And, like, in the beginning of the corner, when it's sideways, the revs are up, and it dies out through the corner. And I went, all right, cool. I'll map the clutch to the controller to try to, like, you know, compensate for that. And the clutch does nothing. So I would love for it to be something that I'm missing, but at the same time, when you think about it, it's, again, I keep saying this, but it's an arcade racing game. If I'm missing something that significant, that's kind of an oversight, in my opinion, in terms of, like, how the game was laid out. I'm an idiot. Oh, yeah, unbind the clutch. We'll come back to that. I'll put some more experimenting to it. I'll try, like, same car, same track with different setups and this, that, and the other thing. Oh, we really absolutely have to redo these. Awesome. Good. That's good to know. How many of these are there? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. There's like 40. I thought we were almost done. We are not even close to almost. There is drifting. I just saw it. This isn't going to take 1,000 hours, but... I recorded the B-roll. Oh, okay. Hello, hello, Mr. Codemasters. Thank you, Brandon, for the follow as well.
We are live with Marcus Ado, who is having a very strong season with Seneca. He's now fighting for a place in the Pro League.
Yeah, that's about what I expect is 8 to 10 hours. 2 streams. I do, so I stream for a channel called Traction on Mondays, and I do more drift-based content there. I do a little bit of everything here. So my whole plan was to do online drift multiplayer on Monday. However, I think a better idea now would be to kind of focus on learning. Like I said, I don't think the drift was like a huge part of this game like it was in the first grid game, because there wasn't so many other things to do in the first grid game. There was like racing, drifting, and I think that was about it. Like, maybe I'm brain farting. What other game modes were there? There's a lot more stuff to do in this game, so maybe that just didn't get as much attention, and you can kind of see that with there only being 5 cars and 2 classes. Also, I don't know who was working at Codemasters in 2008, but they love some D1 Grand Prix. There's so many like little Japanese drift culture references in that game, so I think maybe it just got a little bit more salt and pepper, but I didn't expect it to be like, oh my god, I'm gonna just drift in grid now forever, or drift in grid legends now forever. But if they just like, I wish I was in the same room as these people. It's so close, man. It like the car actually feels great. It's just that one. It's not like it's Need for Speed Heat where it's like glued. You know what I mean? Like it's glued to the ground, or like Pro Street where it's just undrivable and you have to learn its janky physics. Like this is so close, but just too much grip in the rear.
22. We can do this. See you on the podium.
ABC circuit, like all of it, or just like Minami. I've never played Art of Rally. I should. I absolutely should. Marketing guy, not a dev. That's fair. Decent driver, though. Yeah. I double apologize now. Ladies and gentlemen of the Twitch chat, don't talk shit because you never know who's listening. All right, good to know. I'm gonna have to check that out. I know the I was gonna say the team. I'm pretty sure Art of Rally was made by a man, but I remember they sent me a code for Absolute Drift forever back in the day, or Absolute Drift back in the day, and it was a fun little game. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was little hints and nods to Japanese drift culture in Art of Rally. Well, yeah, the race line is just an assist. Like, there's still a racing line to be on. The Rally Social Community Manager. I was going to say salute emoji. Oh, someone's cargo boom. I can't see. We're back. I might do like a write-up about it. We'll do some experimenting on Monday. I'll reinstall vanilla, like the first grid, so we can look at them back to back too. I'm so sorry, Sadie. I really thought I was to the left of you there. She's not mad at me though. We're good. We're kosher. Or maybe I'll try like 2 or Autosport. I'll try Autosport. That's probably a better direct comparison. Are getting their copies? Thank God. I remember I pre-ordered Cruise and Blast, and it was like, yeah, it's going to be an extra 3 days. I was like, no, sir. I need the game here right now. Yeah, it definitely feels fixable, PJ, 100%. It doesn't feel like broken to me. It doesn't feel like it's like, well, this mode's hopeless. And again, I understand it's not... Whoop, I didn't pay attention to what I was doing. I realize it's not... It doesn't have the same spotlight that maybe it did in older games, but it's like this close to being, like I said, one of the best arcade drift experiences that I've played. They just need to turn the grip down a little bit, just in the rear. The front feels fine, the chassis feels fine, the car feels fine. The back of the car feels like it's made of glue. But I'm gonna experiment a little bit more with that on Monday. Yeah, the initiation. Yeah. I don't even think it's a power thing. I think it's like if you look at the speed in a straight line, it's just like either the diff is open or like something to the equivalent under the hood of the game, or the rear is just way too grippy. But like I said, I'm gonna try it out in like Auto Sport. I'm gonna try it out in Grid 1 and kind of compare it all back to back to back to back and see if I can like write something up or at least formulate my thoughts a bit better. It is so close to being dope, especially if they plan to add like DLC or whatever. Or like, oh, here's a new drift track or like a new drift car. Like if they're adding any sort of content on the drift side of this game, that is just going to make it better. In my headcanon, Caro, he's... you know how, like, old race car drivers eventually just drive for, like, midfield teams to hang out? Find me on the web. Is you late? 10-4. I appreciate you we having a conversation. It's nice to know that people behind Cody's are... what's the word I'm looking for? Not reachable, but, like, accessible. I say that. I emailed James this morning at 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern, like, man, I needed help. I've made a mistake, sir. Oh. Oh. I just realized what this was, by the way. This is the full version of Okutama. I love this rewind mechanic. It's so nice. It's like instant. Coming from the the first Grid game to this with the rewinds, it's so much better. Oh yeah, I imagine.
Hold on to the ends now. We are nearly there.
We're at nice %. In terms of like race, like driving the game, it's been a night and day difference from 2019. Well, I feel a little stability control in the middle of the corner. But again, that's what this game is. I see it being divisive, though. I see a lot of people, like... It depends on how stuck in I can get with the career mode. This is the story mode, and then there's a career. But I have friends who work... I don't want to dox them. That work at iRacing, so I kind of, like, understand that the whole team, even though it's, like, not your department, your whole team wants the game to do well and wants the IP to do well. I mean, the last game felt good on the wheel. I like a game that is fun on the wheel, but is still accessible on the controller. Not a lot of games get that balance. Either it feels crap on the controller and fun on the wheel, or it feels fun on the wheel and crap on the controller. That's literally the same thing I just said, but you know what I mean? But that was something I liked about the last game. And that was, it felt fun on a wheel. It wasn't realistic, but it felt fun. That's all I really wanted. Even Horizon 5, I don't really like on a wheel that much.
The Grid World Series once again revs up its engines, and the Pro Series is the pinnacle of racing.
Okay.
Where our teams need to stay in the safety zone and be one of the 8 teams to make it.
I also kind of like that the story mode is introducing you to how the career is going to work. So if you play the game... Oh, here we go.
How long is it going to take?
Yeah, this cutscene was way sooner in the preview build.
Just word for me.
Watch his face as he speaks. I think this is something not a lot of people are talking about. Well, I mean, the game just came out today, so I don't know. Okay, watch Nathan as he speaks.
Who's that guy?
It's paced a lot better now with the
You
cutscenes.
seen this new lobster place down the road? You get to choose which one you kill. You go to this big, like, box where they're all in. It's all blue and gnarly, and like, I want to kill that guy. Do I kill it? No, I'm not an animal. Okay, let's get going.
Okay. Do you want to say your name and introduce yourself?
I hope they include this voice line.
Hi, I'm Nathan McCain. 5-time Grid Series
Yeah,
world
just watch his inflections as he speaks.
6 times. And that's a new record.
This dude knocked this roll out of the fucking park.
Yo, yo, yo.
Like, no, none of his team talks to him. Oh, they give him a little bit more here.
Hey.
Oh, it's Ryan McCain. Tokalore.
Place if you can, but you stay behind Nate. Am I clear? Yes?
Fine. Whatever.
Tokalore.
Hey, my favorite nephew.
Tokalore.
Listen, what's with the camera crew?
I don't know. They're making some kind of documentary about the grid.
Right.
Actually, it's about Seneca.
Oh, wow. I think I'd rather eat my own face.
Good luck.
Come on.
Okay. You didn't see... Ooh, Suzuka. You didn't see it there. But a problem that I've had... soon to be 6. It's not really a problem, but an issue that I've had is that, at least in the first game, there was no character development because there was no characters. There was the names of Rick Scott and Nathan McCain. But, like, your spotter and your crew kind of built up Raven West to be the Mercedes, right? They're not necessarily bad people, but they're the best, and you want to beat them because of that. So if you could mentally, like, be like, oh, fuck these guys, but they're not, like, bad people. They're the best, and you want to beat the best. They're your rival, not your enemy. And obviously it's more interesting if you make your rival your enemy, because, you know, story and plot and whatever. But in the preview, you're driving prototypes. I think it's on Okutama, but it's on some sort of tight track. And everyone crashes. Nathan causes a crash. And you could see the regret in his face. But his character says, like, I don't regret this at all. But the actor kind of pauses, looks away from the camera, won't look the camera directly down the lens, and then says his big braggadocious, like, I don't care. So, like, his face says one thing, but the lines say another. You didn't have to go that hard. Did not have to try that hard, but I'm really glad you did. I know. Oh, is this like Super GT?
Big day tomorrow.
Or whatever they call it now? It's still Super GT, right?
Series, so let's get a practice in before you race for real.
Man. I was almost on the fence on like the mixed reality
But tomorrow, our strategy is to bed in. We aren't aiming for Raven West yet.
race music and stories.
Build up the pressure.
It makes sense in this series. Like, there's other series like Forza Motorsport that used like drum and bass and like real life, not real life, but like licensed music, and then all of a sudden they go to like an orchestral, like, and it just seems really pretentious. But this is how Grid has always been. So it's just like the soundtrack at its best, or at a very strong point at the very least. I have to experience the other two games a lot more.
Try not to get bogged down in really tight turns. Best to keep
Like, it doesn't come off of.
But you know that.
Yeah, like, and then Forza 7 was just like, like, it's like they didn't care. And granted, it's like a art track-based Simcade racer for the console. The soundtrack does not have to be a strong suit. But, like, I remember the soundtrack in Forza 2. 15 years later. I'm sure any Gran Turismo enjoyers here would like to argue that the soundtrack is absolutely an integral part of the game.
I know that from experience, she expects people to perform. And you're doing just that.
There's some good opportunities to draft here. Get in close, get the toe, then slingshot past.
FM4. I mean, I turned it off after a while. You know, you put 2,500 hours into a game, it gets repetitive. Daft Punk was never playing at my house in Forza 2, by the way. It was a lie. 2,500? Probably. I did a lot of competitive stuff in Forza 4, man. A lot. I made sure when I was playing Motorsport 4 that I practiced at least 6 hours a week, minimum. And usually 2-3 times a week. I'd have to, like, boot the game up and oh no, because my save file's borked. No, that was Forza 2 where I lost my save file. I'd have to, like, boot the game up and show you. I think I have, like, I don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head. One of these days, we'll go back to Forza 4 and finish the event tree just for fun. Because we're very close to beating the game, and I never went and did it. I was a top painter. Do I know you? Is my question now. Yeah, it sucks because I think Forza 7 was a better game, but it's just like, why am I playing this still? The last 3 games have been mediocre. I'll go play something else. Like, there's other games doing this thing, but better now. Why am I playing Forza when I could go play these other 4 games that do all these other things better? With more cars and more bugs. Yeah. If 7 worked, it would have been better. 6 was 5. Like, 5 was a mess. 6 was 5, but better. 7 tried some new things, and it took them like 2 years to finally work out most of the bugs, and then they added in some really cool new features, and was like, okay, so we're not working on the game anymore. He was like, what? Come on! Damn it! And then that's why I was like, well, I like drifting, so why am I playing Forza when I could be playing Assetto Corsa or, you know, Car X or Forza Horizon, or like, why am I playing Forza 7? I'll move on to something else. And a lot of people who race were like, why am I playing this game when I could be playing Assetto Corsa Competizione, or I could be playing, oh, we're not moving. I could be playing Gran Turismo Sport, or I can go to the PC and like play iRacing or whatever. I don't know about livery people, because I know there's some people that live and die by Forza's livery system. Like, they love it. They don't want it to change ever. But I know, like, being able to import stuff from Photoshop is pretty cool for us idiots who don't know how to make a NOS logo with squares and circles. I'm really trying not to be a pinhead here, but... yeah, it's oops all NSXs. I haven't looked at the car list. I wanted to be surprised. But I think this might be the only car of its class. Forza livery editor is fine. It's just dated. Like, everything else has changed, and like, that's just how you could summarize that whole franchise now. It's just they've never bothered to like really put in time to change things up and make things different. Yeah. Let me focus on the fun part of like actually making the design and placing the logos. Like, I don't want to have to spend 3 hours taking a square and turning it into a like Honda logo. And no, being able to paint your brake calipers is not a revolutionary new feature. And like, what happened to be able to selling things on your auction house unlocked? You know what I mean? Like, the whole unlocked and locked feature from the older Forza games was so cool. Because I remember a lot of livery people used to put out free logo packs for morons. Hello, that's me. So we could have decent looking cars in the game without, you know, and then see how it's made and whatever, and like, I don't know, they ruined that game, man. I don't want to talk about Forza. I'll get mad. I hope the new game's good. Let's just put it that way. I hope the new Motorsport is a completely different experience, and it looks like I trust Chris Sasaki with my whole heart, but I don't trust anyone else. I hope that all those people quit because they were like, we're going to take the game in the new direction, and all those other people were yes men holding them back. But I fear like it was the opposite. Lara Carvalho, putting challenge? I have chosen power drive. So their gamer tags for real money. Literally nothing is stopping people from doing that now with PC trainers. Like, man, that really buttered my egg roll. This is the last thing I'm going to say about Forza before I focus on this brand new game that we have right in front of us. The fact that for the past 2 Motorsport or past 2 Horizon games, there's been people with online trainers sniping up any sort of car in the auction house. So if you don't want to put in the you know, 4 or 5 hours to do your weeklies. Or you might want, like, multiple copies of the same car. The Terreno comes to mind. I know a lot of people want, like, different engine combos and different livery combos and whatever. If you want to buy those on the auction house, you basically can't, because there's people on the PC with trainers that will buy them as soon as they go up and then resell them for max price. They didn't bother addressing that. But as soon as they made a way for you to import logos from your PC to Forza, no, gotta stop that. Can't have that. Man. Where are your priorities, dude? Let's patch this out to make the game objectively worse. Yeah, Hoop, but here's the thing. Like, that's a very new... To me, to my knowledge, that's very new to the Horizon franchise. But there's been stuff that's been... Since they, like, transferred to PC that's been a problem that they haven't bothered with, or at least addressed. And, I mean... Forza is really good and cool at not really communicating with their community properly, and being in smaller, more niche communities has really helped that. We have a guy from Codemasters literally here. You know, if we have an issue with iRacing, it's really easy to talk to like Cisco or like anybody at iRacing, or and if you even if like I didn't know Cisco and like Drew and people from iRacing, you could send an email. Like, they're not hard to get a hold of. It seems like Forza does not want to talk to anyone from the community, except for, like, very specific people who are like, oh, yes, John Forza, I love your video game. It's so good. I love it. I kiss for Horizon 5 when I go to bed. They don't want to hear it. And then because of that, you have people that go, everything sucks and I hate it, and it's impossible to get feedback now. I want to read that message. Yo, why does this car sound amazing? The car sounds in this game have been fantastic so far. Yeah. Mechberg was like your cool uncle. Like, he tells the worst jokes at the family reunion, and we love him for it. Don't you a macro on a keyboard? They said if they see... Yeah, but, like, just make the game better. Like, why do people have to do keyboard macros? Why is that not just part of the game? You've had 5 games to make it better. Ah, man. Anyway. I might go grab another cup of coffee. The Sunken Norwegian. Man, I hope someone gets you a life jacket. Thanks for the follow. I'm sure you've never heard that joke before. Pick up the pace. Seneca or Seneca. Oh, yeah, we're in the Pro League now. Number 22. Don't deny me, Spanky Baba Ganoush. There's lore. It's been years.
McCain interview, take 1.
Hands. Oh, I love it. I don't know if this has always been canon, but I love that this got tied in. This is so neat.
2 secs.
This used to be the protagonist, by the way. Now it's just like King Douche.
What your thoughts are on Seneca?
Seneca. They're the blue and white team, right? They look the same.
I'm playing this on a traditional hard drive.
You know how I keep Raven West on top year after year, race after race?
He's right.
Some highfalutin philosophy about turnips. It's something teams like Seneca just never ever have.
That's Ryan McCain.
Money. Money and good looks.
Oh my God.
Listen, good looks are a curse.
I am the villain. I am Ryan Bad Guy.
Hi.
I love that they did this. I love that they made it like a series with teams and like.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure if I'd like that, but I.
Loser sticks a phone in my face, get this smashed to a million pieces.
Hey, you should be thanking them. The fans are the only reason why any of us have a job.
No, my uncle's pile of gold is the reason you have a job. You know what? Screw the fans. They love me no matter what I do.
He's not wrong. He's just saying things that no one else wants to say.
We are joined by Seneca lead engineer.
Snow? Okay.
Ajit, this latest incarnation of Seneca looks to be a winning formula. How do you feel
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that they didn't go the create your own team route for the story mode, but at the same time, having it more focused, they could do stuff like this and give characters like personalities and stuff that they didn't have before. Claire is hot. I would buy her dinner and then ask very politely to hold her hand, and when she said no, I would say okay. I would take her back to her home and watch her close the door and go home and think about that experience for the rest of my life. I would cherish it always. Yeah, it definitely sounds like the same, Claire. I'm not British, so like maybe I can't tell the accents, but it sounds pretty damn similar. Yeah, I love that. I love that it all get tied in.
I just had the pleasure of meeting Nate. Isn't he just a wonderful human being?
Well, in fairness, think about how Drive to Survive. Who's the main like commentator dude from BBC or Sky or whatever from F1 that's in Drive to Survive? Like Will Thruxton or Will Buxton or Will something like William. He's just John Reporter, but now you see him like kind of adding color to Drive to Survive, and it humanizes him a lot. They did the exact same thing with Claire here, unless that's Claire. Claire, you've crashed. Oh, hang on to her. Oh, I'm still. Okay, so we drove the Laguna in the wet, and it did not feel any different. This is the first car we've driven in the wet and the dry. I can tell you it does feel slightly different in the wet, but it's not a huge difference. It's a little bit slippier, but it's not like oh my god, my lap time's gonna go down 8 seconds. So fine. It's actually, I'm not against that. It's an arcade game. You'll have like Bobby Race Car, who's like, all right, cool, I know how these trucks drive, and then sits here for an hour trying to figure it out. I meant to do that. So the only two big, like, things I have so far are the drift mode, obviously, which, again, I don't think is bad, but I think, like, with a couple tweaks could be amazing. I think it's okay right now. A little, like, tweak here and screw there. The AI is good. It's better than it was. I was really worried in the preview. They're like, yeah, the AI is not done. I'm like, oh, I've heard this one before. Nathan McCain. And I just said I like how they have, like, their own canon teams. But it was cool to see stuff like T&E and Top Secret in Grid 1. So it was like a little bonus if you knew stuff. Like Yoichi Mimura. I was like, oh my god, it's my dad. The D1 Grand Prix champion. So I feel like we're not going to run into that as much, but if the trade-off was a way more fleshed out single player, then fine. That's fair. Dude, Team Orange, Kubo and Tanaka, sick. Love that. That was such a trip down memory lane playing that game, man. That was so fun. It sucks too, because like I feel for everybody working on this franchise right now, because again, to me, Grid 2008, in my experience, is the best track-based arcade racer I've ever played. I haven't played Drive Club. I've heard that's pretty good. I need to put more time into the Project Gotham series. And I mean, I've played Tokas, but yeah, like the average player who would not know that, but for us dorks who know, you're like, ooh, 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 ooh. It activates the neuron, you know what I mean? It's like not necessary at all, but I still miss it.
Last lap time a 1:40.4.
Because it mixed like Rick Scott and like lore drivers. with, again, like Ueno and Imamura, and I don't know enough about mid-2000s touring car racing to know if there was real-life touring cars in the game, or touring car drivers, or like drivers from different disciplines. But as soon as they did it for drifting, they would have done it for anything else. If you guys do a DLC for this game, can you do like a Rick Scott Fall from Grace story? Like just some 70-year-old man, like, I can't do it no more. Then he comes back and spanks Nathan, like with his hand. Not that part, I was joking, but. Dude, so, ladies and gentlemen of the Twitch chat, I'm driving. I'm focused. I'm trying to drive. For the achievements, they did a lot of nods to like classic arcade racers, like Ridge Racer and blah blah blah. They have at least 2 references to Rush. That made me. It makes me. There's a San Francisco Rush achievement. Very happy. Alright, I've got like 15. It has nothing to do with San Francisco Rush, but it's like just the name. It's like San Francisco Rushing, and then like the time is the achievements like do something at San Francisco. Like it has nothing to do with the franchise itself. It's just a nice little like. It's so cute. I love that. I have 11 missed messages. Oh. I'm actually glad I checked this DM. I'm sorry. I figured it was a DM. I'm like, no one talks to me that much. Cool. Multi-class.
Not long now until the race begins. Aaron, given that Seneca have made it into the Pro League, would you say Ado has finally found the winning formula?
He calls it a recipe, and this
All right, one more time, I promise. I'll wait till we get through the cutscene here. I'm going to go... Oh, I can just respond on my phone, I guess. And be a good streamer. Thanks for hanging out, by the way, everybody. If this is your first time here, my name is Aero. Nice to meet you. I play racing games of all different types. For example, we just finished playing through Cruising USA for the N64. We're playing this, and if I like it, we're going to continue playing through it, and let's play 100% style. I'm going to play Gran Turismo next week on the PS4, but that's fine. Just pretend like it's a PS5 and come watch it anyway. If you want to drop a follow, I'd appreciate it. We're really close to 9,000 followers, and that's a funny joke. So, and if not, you had 1,000 ways to spend your Friday night, and you're here with me. So thank you very much. floating around. Oh, I wouldn't go for achievement. I normally don't go for achievements. There's always some sort of achievement like that. That's like play the game for 1,000 hours, dummy. No thanks, I'm good.
No guts, no glory. Let's take what's ours.
Okay. What? Oh, they're loading in, I guess. Oh yeah, starting in 30 seconds. So we're in the T-37 Wolf. Oh, they're in the truck. They're in the Twi'wuk. What are we driving? I should have looked. That would have been helpful. We'll find out in 3 seconds. Oh, we're in GT4 cars. We could catch them. I'm not sure if these will be faster, so we're going to find out, I guess. Man, I never grew up as a Ford person. I didn't really care. I obviously like Japanese stuff, and like, there's nothing like a Ford V8 nowadays. Yeah, we're catching them. Putting the faster class second was a genius move. Was so smart. I understand it's not how they do it in real life, but this way, regardless of what class you're in, you'll have at least one interaction in a reasonable amount of time. What's up, Ozzy? How we doing? I'm doing okay. I've been waiting for this game to come out for a couple months, and 4 hours into it, I am having a good time. Again, I want to put a lot more time into it before I sit here and go, yeah, you should buy it, or yeah, you should not buy it, or like... And obviously I got it because I'm part of the partner program. With I'm part of the creator program with EA, so I'm a little biased. Not in the sense of I'm going to be nicer to the devs because they gave me a code. That's just not how it works. And Codemasters have been super cool in the past of me just giving opinions and being like, "Oh, you didn't like our game? Oh, that's cool. Sorry to hear about that." Not like that nonchalantly, but it's not like, "Oh, you said something bad about our game. We're never talking to you again." Like some other studios that I've worked with in the past. But having the like financial, I just spent $80 on this usually changes it. Like little things that might not annoy me might annoy people who spent $100 on this game a little bit more. That's the bias that I'm talking about. I you know, don't keep up with Johnny Walker Jr. or Walker Wheeler Jr. Johnny Walker's whiskey. Someone's played Pro Street once or twice. I think it was Pro Street. Underground 1? Oh, I haven't played that in decades. Literal decades. Why would I play Underground 1 when I could play Underground 2? Other than nostalgia. Yeah, that sounds about right. Arrow's over. Thank God. It's been too long. Yeah, I looked for the logo and couldn't find it, but I'm stoked Alexi's in a position where he can start giving back to the community, like the drift community. That's super cool. Also, the fact that it's Ken Nomura's son. Very cool. Love that. Oh. Double also. D1 Lights is going to be at Scudama Circuit. I'm going to check the Instagram post again to see when that event is. Because if they're streaming that, I might actually want to watch a D1 event for once. I think Lights does not use DOS, right? Lights uses like traditional judging. Yeah, the rain might be a bit too grippy. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna complain about something being too easy in this game. 'Cause that's different demographic. If Alexi's doing I mean, we can do commentary for it. We can do bootleg D1 commentary. Actually, you know what? Out of all the Drift series, I think with DMCAS, D1 is the one. I don't know why, but I feel like 100% if we did a watch party on Twitch of D1 GP, they'd be like, no, you are going to prison jail. Oh, that's a dead man. Also, a ton of diversity in this game, too. I know that's not really a selling point for a lot of people, but I think it's pretty cool. It's not like they made the one female racing driver the woman. Like, she's just a woman, which is cool. There's people with, you know, there's Japanese people and people from all over the world, at least in names, in terms of being represented. Like, your race engineer is Ajit. Like, that's really neat. Yeah. Yeah, Japanese companies in general with DMCA are not something not something I want to fuck with. Thank you, Ferret. Have a good one, man. Always nice to see you. I figured the trucks would be a little too fast. Now, do I still get the win here, or? I mean, we're about to find out. I'm gonna have to go in and clean up some events anyway if I want to 100% the game. So I'm just kind of going through the story mode right now. I would like to win all of them. I am playing on the PC, my friend. For those who are like load times, I'm playing on a mechanical hard drive. I keep all my games on a chonky boy. Even then, it still loads pretty quick. It's a small game, too. It's like 30 gigs. I was really surprised. I was reinstalling it this morning. I'm like, really? That's it? Runs a hell of a lot better than the beta did. Which, I mean, duh, but like 30? Yeah, about that. Because I uninstalled it to reinstall it, because I was like, it's got to update, right? It should update. Like, this is a marketing build from like 2 years ago, or 2 months ago. There's no way this is the same build of the game that's coming out. And I uninstalled it to reinstall it, and when I uninstalled it, it disappeared from my games library, and I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. But we got it figured out. Shout out to James at Codemasters. A gentleman. Yeah, so it says 7th, but I won, like, my class, right? So, do I lose, or, like...
And it's goodbye from Chicago as the Gridwell series rolls on towards the gauntlet. Now, all that's left for me to do is grab some of that hometown pizza.
God, GT4 Mustangs just sound the bee's knees. When we went to, it's Red Bull. I know those guys. Did somebody say Red Bull? I'm joking. I forgot. It's gone. I forgot what I was saying. If someone wants to remind me, I'd love that. Ooh, LMP.
And that's another win for Raven West.
Oh, if I have to redo that, it's fine. I'll just turn the difficulty down. Seems like you can go in and like go do an individual events to get golds.
Is it something in the fuel system?
It's not the cars. It's McCain. He's a force of nature out there.
Doesn't hurt. It was raised on milk from a cash cow. What Raven West wants, Raven West buys.
How did you arrive at Raven?
Oh, yeah, it's the multimatic Fords. Oh, they're
I
so
just won a
good.
street racing festival in Brasilia when Marcusado offered me the seat at Seneca.
They were the only two GT4s, and I was not complaining. It
But
sounded.
before I could sign,
They were
Ryan
like
O'Kane offered me twice as much to join Raven West.
forced to stay a second apart from each other because they're the only two cars in GT4. But like, and then 10 seconds later or 2 seconds later,
Of course you
I love
can,
Ford.
any
I love
face.
Mustangs.
No, my pleasure.
I have no allegiance to Ford, but they just sound so nice.
Pleasure. Thank you. You see?
Dude, he's like a wrestling heel. He's speaking the truth. He's just a dick. Like, do you think like any sort of like public figure is like, I'm gonna go to the airport, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and take a dump? Like, do you guys ever hear the story about how Brock Lesnar went to the bathroom at a gym to change and a fan followed him in and turned around and Brock Lesnar was out? Don't do that. I understand they're at the event and it's like different and whatever, but yeah, Ryan went from like, it's time for me to earn my keep to like, I have money. I am Mr. Duche. like, complete 3 laps. Oh. I saw this. I went to Daniel Gray's stream for 5 seconds. It is a licensed track in reverse. I am here for this. Nobody does this anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're fine.
From our telemetry, he's making up time on the straights like he's carrying more horsepower than he's allowed.
Interesting. The plot thickens. Backwards Red Bull riding. Yeehaw!
Nate's pace is untouchable. Not denying his talent, but getting close shouldn't be this hard.
I'm sure there's a perfectly good licensing. Oh, where am I going? I'm sure there's a perfectly good licensing reason as to why real life circuits in like games like this you can't do reverse layouts, but God, I wish. It'd be super cool.
It's almost as if he's got another gear, one we don't have. I can't explain it.
Part of me wants to dispute this with the officials, but that isn't what we do. And they are the champions. I expect them to be fast. We can find a way, though.
Yeah, just don't drive off the goddamn racetrack, maybe. Didn't happen. Don't know what you're talking about. Didn't happen. Seneca brain strong.
Lara has a slower time, more in line with what I'd expect. Still fast, but achievable.
Oh, it dives in on the brakes so bad. Better. Big slide, but better. Down 2/10 on the cheater lap. On my cheater lap.
His cornering looks like he's on a rail. He's not losing traction, and turning in at speeds I'd expect would cause oversteer.
What's up, Nate? How we doing? Ah, cool. I did it. I did the thing. I didn't. Oh, I literally just had to do 3 laps. I didn't know if there was a minimum time I had to beat. I unlocked some team logos, guys. I don't know if you caught that. You're swell. How are you? We're digging. I need some caffeine here in a minute, but I achieved everything, right? It's just 3 laps. All right, yeah. It's literally just go drive the car. Okay. TKO. That's not how you spell Randy Orton's name. Time to put the pressure on and see if he slips up. Not in those glasses, he won't. It's flashing G in the corner because that's what he is, baby. Yeah, I mean, even for like a traditional hard drive, these load times aren't bad.
And it's Seneca number 22 coming in 3rd place tonight.
Both Seneca cars reach the podium. Another great day for the team.
We're doing better. I punched my microphone by accident.
McCain wins it, but wow, did Seneca give him a run for his money.
What do you think about Seneca's current form?
In a word? Unprecedented.
Thank you, Claire. I love you. I mean, you're great. I love you. He's so good.
And you see what happens.
It's not just that they've worked their way into the upper midfield on such a small budget. It's that they're finally doing it with both drivers.
Right now, this moment.
Claire's great. Yuki is my heart.
This is the best we've ever been. But when you succeed, people want more. So it's time for us to deliver.
Like pizza? I'm hungry.
We're going live to Raven West driver Nathan McCain. How are you feeling about this race, and are you worried about the new double threat of Seneca and Volts?
Actually, lead Raven.
He's such an asshole.
Look, I'm not worried about any of these other teams. New, old, whatever. I'm just out here racing for my fans. Because without them, we couldn't do what we do.
Well, good luck, Nathan, and judging by the amount of Raven West shirts in the crowd, you have a lot of support out there.
That was real. That wasn't CGI. It's mixed reality. So like the cutscenes are real, and then the game is the game. Obviously. Are we all in the Twooks? Are we all in the Twooks? Yeah. See fixed.
Raven West seem rattled regardless of what they say in interviews. Race hard, scare the McCains.
This Eliminator? It is. I mean, think about it. Like, I know they, like, McCain's kind of hamming it. Like, McCain's character's kind of hamming it up. But, like, even in his interviews, he's like, yeah, I don't care about any other team. I just care about my fans and doing my best. Like, that sounds like a legitimate answer. If they were trying to build a villain, you know, they'd be like, Seneca, like if they were, like, he could be Rio Watanabe, you know what I mean? Like Seneca, more like Smelica. They're poo-poo garbage. Why even ask me about them? I bet driver 22 eats poop. Got him. It's still pretty grounded responses. Like, yeah, they're trying to make them out to, oh, I don't want to be your, I want to be your friend. Okay, well, I tried to stop that time. How do I make them my friend again? Like, how do we kiss after the race? I mean, I think so far, Hoot, like, I think I'm about halfway done. The story mode from F1 compared to this, I like how F1 had a lot more on-track scripted events. It wasn't just like cutscene, thing, cutscene, thing, cutscene, thing. Like there were races where like you're already halfway through and you're forced to. I mean that might change, but there were races where you're like halfway through and you're forced to start in the middle of the race, or like you've spun and now you got to recover. They were like scenarios more than races. I think that Breaking Point beats this at least to like to where I don't know if it's just gonna show up eventually, but like. Oh, goodbye. AI went, no thanks, I'm done. Something with the rewind broke it. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like the presentation of this story mode, I think is a lot stronger. So I think like what they've learned from this game and from 2021 Breaking Point can merge now. Like I preferred how engaging the story mode was in 2021. Again, in terms of like scenarios and like I felt a little bit more involved in terms of the on-track stuff, but I think what they're doing with the characters and the background of this game is a lot better. Yeah, the character models in Breaking Point were something. I just remembered Devin Butler's smile. How could I forget? I think the engine sounds are a bit quiet in the audio mix. I have like everything but the engines, or like the effects, I guess, turned down. And the engine sounds still sound a little quiet. Again, minor, very minor complaint. Double again. Oh, I'm dead. See how I pulled away, but like I got to the lead pretty soon, but it's not like I pulled a 8-second gap. The rubber banding is just keeping them close, which is fine. Like, I'm fine with that. It makes me feel like I'm on the right difficulty and I don't need to crank it. Or maybe that's just like how even it is. I don't know, but these track designs are fantastic too. In terms of visuals, layouts are good. I just keep forgetting how to brake. They just disappeared. Shadow Realm.
Hey, well done. It was a tough race.
North Point will be shattered after that first lap retirement, but one man's trash is another's treasure, and I'm sure Seneca are extremely happy with that result today.
Day on X Games. Lightning bolt. Let's prove that it's not a flash in the pan.
It's not just the cars that make this discipline different from anything else in the series. During a race, the drivers can deploy a boost to overtake their competitors.
Oh yeah, this is the
Temporary speed boost can be charged once per lap of the race by driving through the boost zone. These boost zones are placed off the ideal racing line, so for our racers, there is a risk to filling that boost charge. But in a pinch, that boost could pull you into pole position for the win.
It's Formula E, but it's not.
It seems like Seneca have taken to racing the Pro League like ducks to water. There is a fair amount left for them to prove, but so far, so good.
And it's another chance for them to show their prowess in the electric racing events, where drivers get a nice and spicy speed.
Oh, different car. What is this? Oh, it's the Lotus thing. Oh my God. Uh-oh. I remembered why this car is significant. Oh, well, that's not a good start. I love it. You can hear the of them hitting each other. Aviha? What's that? What's the purpose of that name? Like, what's the point? Like, it's a really pretty name. Yeah, the meaning. I don't know why I said the purpose. Like, I presume they just, like, let's call it the Aviha because it sounds cool. Like, I'm sure it means, like, wind or, like, God of Panties. Like something significant, but it just sounds cool. Also, I have 2 poop chutes. Oh! I thought that was a straightaway. I was like, they put the boost on the straightaway? That's a mistake. Uh-oh. Oh, dude, I braked from downtown and it did not stop, but... I didn't mean to do that. Oh, Jesus. Steward's inquiry may trigger penalties. Well, let's just not do it again. I'm Laura Caravallo. You have chosen 3 wood. May I suggest feather touch? You have selected power drive. Oh dear. That did not go well. Do I gotta hold the button? Hold on. First in existence? I knew it had some sort of, like, fancy name. I didn't mean to do that. I'm genuinely trying not to hit them. No. You just gotta press it. It's just the way the camera goes. I got too soon juniored? This is fun. Oops. Breaking over from downtown. Intentional. Shh. Stop snitching. I got lost. We're good.
Okay, you've got boost.
Be cooler if you can only get it once per race, but it doesn't help that much too, so I guess it balances out. Because it's like you could get, well, I mean, it's probably different on different tracks, but you could get boost. But why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point? It was super easy to get there. I mean, I beat them. I don't know if you saw that. I don't think it's a rivalry if I keep winning. Just so you know. Just so you're aware. Tenton in the paddock. Air rises. Nathan Kane singles out as a chosen nemesis. Not my boy Valentine. He's the funny ha-ha guy. How dare you? Not the funny ha-ha guy.
Last season, Volts was shut out of the Pro League entirely. Now they've made it to the pros, they are becoming a real threat.
Hey, watch where you're going.
What is his problem? Maybe we'll be the ones to take
That was a genuine reaction. It's like, what? I thought he was gonna like, oh, you don't do that. It's like, what?
Maybe if they had 2 Yuma Tanakas, teams today need to be firing on both cylinders.
I literally have not lost to you. I will fight you in the street.
If this newbie does good, then bring it on, baby. That's why we're here.
Okay, statement retracted.
Was to beat Volts. But now they're doing as well as they are, they've got to be asking themselves whether they should shoot higher. And in the grid, nobody is higher than Raven West.
I disagree. Give me 20 minutes. I'm laughing at my own joke because I didn't know how it was gonna go, and then I just started talking, and it became. Alright, I'm gonna pour off coffee. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Yeah, you don't need to laugh at my joke. I laughed at my joke. It's all good. That's good. That's where the controller goes, on the ground, right? I need to get that, like, me rotating in the chair emote from Thunder. I know he has it. I just don't know where it went. Okey silly dilly dokio. I have a cup of awake juice, and I'm ready to party! We're gonna be playing this again tomorrow, by the way. Just in case I'm like, I am tired and jump off stream. We're 100% gonna be playing this tomorrow around the same time. I don't know how far we're gonna get through the story mode tonight. I'd like to beat it, but I'm also gonna not break myself to do it. Take a quick look at how many we have left after this. The fuck is this thing? Brabham? It would feel good if you referred to me by my name, Spanky Baba Ganoush. Oh, the red line on this sounds nuts. Nuts! What is this thing? Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ultra super late toe braking. Oh yeah, he doesn't like me, I remember that.
Maybe stay out of their path, don't get taken out.
How do I make him friend? Do I just like stop fucking with him for a certain period of time and he's like, water under the bridge? A Brabham? Dude, if this came from Australia, you guys you're killing it over there. This thing is cool as hell. It looks like a Sesto Elemento, but better. Alright. Either I'm driving poorly or the AI has woken up a little bit, which is why I left it on this difficulty. I sneak. Sneaky. We're fine. Ow! Owie. A-L-I-X. Get out of here, you bum. Daniel Marsh. Like the guy from South Park? I'm kind of driving like a baby right now. I'm going into every corner like... I'll stop that. You need to commit. Or, you know, break in the middle of the corner and just turn dead right. I did it twice. This mistake's so nice. Guac? I'm not touching that one. It literally says the name of the car on the windshield. Oops. Is it the Furai? There's a Furai. Hello, crispy car. I'm telling you, man, Ford V8s are like a different breed. I don't care if they're reliable. I don't care if they make lots of power. They sound cool as shit, and that's all that matters. Well, I was there. Car right, hold your line. I will attempt not to sneak. I will overtake on merit. These seem like fast corners. I hope they are. Bully. Oh, Nathan's having a shit time. Dude, I love how they... I mean, it's frustrating, but I like how the AI blocks. Especially since he's, like, pissed with me. I'm gonna retry this. I got 1 lap to pass 9 cars. No, thank you.
Feels good not to be carrying this team on my own, 22. Good luck.
You need to finish in the top 4. Good luck.
I know it's a dive, man. I know it's a big dive, but also I am all the way to the right. I mean, Noble had some of the coolest engines, and they were like Yamaha engines out of Volvo SUVs. Where the engine is from, it does not matter. But you know that. I don't know. I phrased it like that. This is me agreeing with you in a very roundabout way. There's my boy. That sounded bad. Man, you know what would help this? The racing line. You know what I will not be turning on? Oh, here I come! I just keep catching them in the fast corners, and there's nowhere for me to go. I'm going to say something controversial but brave. I'm not done, like, sinking my teeth into this game. There's a Zonda. I'm not done, like... I don't say reviewing, but I'm not done, like, coming up with my opinion of this game. However, Alright, we gotta be a little bit more rough. Just on this story mode alone, if this game ever pops up on sale somewhere for $40, absolutely snipe it. Maybe not 40, but like the story mode alone, I think is worth a sale purchase. Is it worth a full purchase? We are still in the process of finding that out. To do that, I want to experience everything, but you know, I want to do the story first. Claire, I promise I'm not trying to ram into you every chance I have. Like, this part's just so fast, I've got nowhere to go. It would help if I learned the track. I'd like to see Aussie racing cars show up in a sim, or an iRacing specifically. Just reskin the legends and... Alright. I am faster, I just keep catching them in weird places. Brother. In your Zonder.
Okay, the time last lap was a 1:52.0.
Alright, we can go now. Never mind, we've already caught up to them. Why didn't I turn? Why didn't I turn? Why didn't I turn? I'm trying to win if I'm a little quiet here. I braked him. I didn't brake in a straight line. Idiot! I'm out of retries now. Let me pass. A lot happened there. Let me pass, please. Thank you. I'm not lifting. We're coming to the line. I think I got it! I think I got it! Yo! It shows the delta, right? It has to. It does not. Unfortunate. That's damage, I guess. Costs. I can restart view. Oh, I can't see the... That's a bummer. Wait, no, it says second. I definitely won. I'm so confused. Hold on. Hold the phone. Well, what the frick? I definitely saw I was first in the on the heads up. I was looking at the top right corner or the top left corner. Well, that's disappointing.
Not to be carrying this team on my own, 22. Good luck.
You need to finish in the top 4. Good luck.
Let's try this again. We have a bit more confidence with the track now, so. You know, Marcus, maybe let's try qualifying, you know? Like qualifying's real cool. Like, we should try that, you know? Like, so I don't have to start in the goddamn back. Hello. Sorry, teammate. That's a real show of skill. Are we sure? I absolutely was second on the podium display. That is the tired I'm at right now. I didn't mean to do that. He really does not like me braking in the middle of the corner here. Oh, I got... it's because I just rewinded, I think. I think I just... There we go. My eyes pee. Oh my god. Blew a tire or something. That was terrifying. Well, okay, I got 2 laps to get this done now. A lap and a half. Oh, I thought that was the corner TM. It's this one. Oops. I tried. Oh, I succeeded. Come on, grab him. Clear him. Yeah. Run away.
That last lap was a 1:49.3.
This car sounds amazing. There's 3 different cockpit views. Let's see if I can pull a bit more of a lead so I'm comfortable actually showing it off. So there's this, which is like your dash. This, which is like your HUD dash. You know what I mean? Like your no wheel. And then your regular one. Which you can change the FOV of if you want. The overexposure? I mean, it would do that through a windshield in real life, no? It's time for Yume and number 22 to crank it up. Like the Motegi commercial.
So, you think you're fast?
No.
Time attack is where you can prove yourself against the competition.
I don't wanna.
In this discipline, you'll be sharing the track with other competitors,
Oh, hold on.
all trying to get the fastest lap time.
Oh, never mind.
So, not only do you have to achieve eye-watering lap times, you have to do it while avoiding the race traffic. With a set number of laps or time to lock that fastest lap in place, every second counts if you want to drive away a time attack champion.
Man, I thought this was going to be sector shootout for a second. I was about to pop off.
Ravenwest boss Ryan McCain. Ryan, are you surprised with the sudden rise of Seneca? Do you think that they are a threat to your season?
Seneca have been lucky, but they have no reserve drivers left. They're on thin ice. There's nothing for them to fall back on if a driver eats a dodgy oyster, you know? And this is their last chance, and it's a position a professional manager wouldn't put their team in.
See what I mean? Like, he's a dick, but he's not just like, Seneca suck eggs. Like, he's being a jerk, but like a PR jerk. Uh-oh. This is the car that made me uninstall the last game.
I hate to say it, but Ryan's right. Having no reserve drivers isn't a great position to be in.
See what I mean?
Just keep doing what you're doing and we'll be alright. Hey, no negativity before we race. 22, don't worry about it. Let's just keep doing what we are doing.
Yeah, he's like a plausible deniability jerk. Like, you can read between the lines, but he's like, I didn't say that. I said you had no reserve drivers left. He's like, well, what are you implying? That we're going to need a new second driver? Well, it's not what I said. What if you eat a dodgy oyster? Alright, she's still all over the place, but I can touch curbs now. Without spinning immediately. I really tried to cross him up and I missed it. Not me using my teammate for suck. It did not work. This game's very fun to play. I think we can say that now. I don't think we need to play any more of the game to kind confirm that. Shut up. Oh, look. La cucaracha! My boy. How's it going, man? Okay, so it works just like F1. If you're green, you're up on your own time. If you're purple, you're up on, like, the overall time. Now that we're clear of our teammate, I can actually focus on driving half decent. No! I went backwards and made it worse. No! All right, I'm going to give her some space. Be careful over the bumps. I'm not sure if I beat him there. Nope.
Be careful. I saw what happened on the monitors. Nate is not playing nicely.
So I'm a 10th down. We're up half a second because I took the first corner right. There we go. I hope that doesn't cost me that much time. I got a 40 flat. He still beat me. And it won't. It's not going to tell me the time, will it? Oh, it will right here. I'm pretty sure. Nope. I would like to know. Oh my God, Valentine won. I would love to know what the time to beat was. Because I was flying that last lap, minus the part where I hit the wall. I pressed continue. Achieved my goal, though, I guess. Aggression spills from the track and onto the paddock as Nathan McCain pushes Valentin Manzi a step too far. The cracks are beginning to show.
Yeah, I won't lie. This season's been disappointing for me, personally.
Oh, this was it. This was the incident that we didn't see. He won anyway, though, so.
What was that today, man?
You got a problem with me, Valentine? I got no problem dealing with you.
He's just trying to have a confirmation, but.
That's fine. You keep pulling up there, that stops. But you're gonna get somebody hurt. Yeah?
Hopefully, it'll be you.
Yeah, that's a reasonable response, to be honest.
So he knows Kung Fu. I'm still faster than him.
What about Seneca?
The homo guy. Isn't him the homo guy from Sex Education? That's a sentence.
Well done. Take your mic.
That's not how that works, Nathan. It's not. There's a whole box that you gotta.
But just before lights out, we are linking live to Valentin Manzi. Valentin, how has the jump to the Pro Leagues been so far?
Oh, and the small boy.
It's been interesting. As someone who's a connoisseur of martial arts, I like their fighting spirit. Skate, martial arts, fighting.
Okay, that's enough. Oh, it's still playing. Was I Mancy splaining?
Yeah, that was a shocker, Manzi, but good luck.
Idiot. You moron.
Listen, stay out McCain's path. He's losing control and acting reckless. Seems he's not taking being challenged very well.
Noted. That's me. This thing sounds amazing.
Okay, doesn't concern me. We are here to win. Let's go.
KTM in the aerial, I guess. Can I sneak? I sneak. Big curb. Oh, we're at Sydney Motorsports Park. Hello, teammate. Goodbye, teammate. Contact combo. You know, I don't think this one's going to be difficult. Hello, Jimmy. It's been a while. We lurking, though, so. It says Sydney Motorsports Park. If you watched any Mighty Car mods, you'd recognize this. Or, you know, other video games, I guess, but. Yeah, he is blocking. He backed me up in the corner, too. Oh, my God. I mean, it didn't help you at all, but... I'll be able to put down a full speed lap. Now we're a Honda driver, baby. Why shift? Did I miss the corner? No! I just wanted to redline again. It wasn't worth it. I mean, I am getting hungry and pretty sleepy. I didn't really sleep well last night, but I will be streaming this again tomorrow. It was all down to whether the game was going to be fun or not fun, and if it was like okay, I was like, well, I'll wait another week, and if I'm really enjoying it, I'll play it again tomorrow. So for those who are like, oh my God, he's going to play iRacing tomorrow, nope. We're wheeling it up again with some more Grid Legends. No car in this game sounds bad yet. Carl, listen, we hung out, man. Don't dox me. In fairness, I fell asleep like a quarter of the way through that episode, and then I like half woke up. I was like, I gotta turn this off. I was in a music Discord streaming Hell's Kitchen with my friends, and then they're like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, all right, cool. And then I went to bed, and I was like, I could easily just stream this from my, like, laptop. And then I was like, well, I wonder if this works, because my laptop kind of sucks. So I went into our Discord and started streaming Hell's Kitchen, and, like, Carl joined, and Joe was there, and Reaper was there. We typed. There was typing. Whoop. Arcade racing rule. Oh, McCain is, like, there, man. He is not giving up. Don't ruin it, Reaper. I had to rewatch that episode tonight. This game is very fun to play. I think we've experienced most of, like, the disciplines now. I mean, we haven't driven like a big truck yet. We haven't really, I haven't done as much drifting as I would have liked, but I'm saving that for Monday. Game good. It's way too early to tell because this is only like the story mode, right? So if there's nothing to do after the story mode, that's going to be bad. Or if it's not fun to do stuff after the story mode. But I'm enjoying my time so far. Grid 2019 really debated me and me thinking it was good, and then I played it for 12 hours. Not straight, obviously, but I had like 12 hours of playtime. I was like, no, actually, it's not good at all. But I've not really had a complaint yet. Or a major one. Other than the drifting is wacky. It's not very good. It's very close to being amazing. It's cute, bunny. Can I look at it after? Can you show it to me now and I look at it after? So I don't have to alt-tab again? Sick. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do, I think, now. Yes. I don't want to alt-tab again. Yeah, just put it... Yeah. Man, I needed oil today. Like, olive oil and everything's... Walmart's open for another 20 minutes. I'm not going to make it.
Yumi Tanaka, in particular, has become a standout driver, pushing Seneca up the table. Aaron, what are your...
So I'm actually going to drop out of this. I'm going to go back and beat... the ones I haven't beaten. Or I came second. Or oh, there you go. I was like, oh, it just needs you to complete the goal, right? Incorrect. You need to actually win. So I have a couple of like second places and stuff. We're at chapter 24 of 36. We're pretty close. I probably could beat it tonight if I wanted to, but we're getting to the point of where I'm starting to get tired. And we played Cruisin' USA for 6.5 hours yesterday, so. Once again, if you're new here, my name is Aero. Nice to meet you. I hope you've been having a good time. I play racing games. Today we're obviously playing Grid Legends because it just came out. Oh, this one. But I play a little bit of everything. Sim racing. I'm a big drifting person. I also stream on Traction, twitch.tv/TractionGG every Monday. If you guys would like to drop a follow, I would appreciate it. You can even hit the subscribe button. I'm sure you know what that does. I don't have to... Oh, boy! From downtown. It's alright. We already played through this in our canon playthrough. I can be a dick now, right? Oh, he's mad. Okay. I forgot that the Evo just doesn't stop. I forgot it is a streetcar. That's fair. TLDR, please drop me a follow. I would appreciate it. We're very close to 9,000 followers. We're 6 follows away. But, you know, as long as you guys are having fun and enjoying your night, enjoying your Friday night hanging out with me, I really, genuinely do appreciate it. Oh, he's dead. You're spoiled for choice for streamers on this website, not necessarily with Grid, but like racing games nowadays, and to have 50 people here for the most part of this thing has been cool. I'm just trying to win this. I don't really care how. This thing's a bullet. This thing, it drives exactly how I would expect it to. Well, that was mine. Let me tell you, turn Cruisin' USA on hard mode, it gets, and you pick the worst car in the game, it gets a little less fun. The amount of understeer. Hang on to Mercedes. 2 to go. Yeah, this game is really fun to play. Like, this car sucks, but very understeered. Don't tell Russell I said that. Well, it doesn't suck, but like it's not what we've been driving. But as we're wrapping up here, initial first impressions, I'm impressed. I was really like, oh my god, this game's going to be amazing when 2019 came out. And I think it took me some time to kind of like sour on it and then have my opinion that I do now, which is it's not necessarily a bad game, but there's no real reason for you to go out and play it. It doesn't really do anything that any other game doesn't already do, especially games in its history. We got to retry. Even like, why would I play Grid 2019 when I could play the first Grid? You know what I mean? Obviously, one is available to purchase and one isn't, but blah, 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 blah. But I went into this game with a lot lower expectations, and I went, you know, I'm not expecting a whole lot. And at least from the story mode, I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. Is it a whole reason to buy a video game? Probably not, but that's why I say, hello, everybody! That's why I've been saying, like, let me finish this story mode, and then put some time into the career / the event mode, and then we'll be able to tell you, like, hey, this is a great grid game, go buy it, or hey, this is a decent game, maybe think about not buying it. Like I said earlier, I don't have a lot to complain about so far. I have a lot of little nitpicky things, like directions, like the story itself. I would have rathered to be a lot more scenarios. Comparing it to F1 2021 Breaking Point, where like you're already halfway through the race and you spin, or like you have an issue and then you gotta crawl back and finish in a certain spot. The actual like story development and like cutscenes and everything about this game I think is better, but the gameplay and the integration of the story to the gameplay from Breaking Point was better. Not to say this was bad, but like, you know, or this is bad. We're not done yet. But for the most part, oh, and the drifting is very disappointing. It's not bad, it's just I expected it to feel like the first Grid game, and it just doesn't at all. Oh my god, how did that even happen? But I feel like enveloped in the world, which is not something I could say for the last game. I feel like I'm a part of this Grid World series. I was scared that I wasn't going to get invested because I am Driver 22. That's another thing I don't like. They should have just given me a generic name, like Kevin McRace Driver instead of Driver 22. I understand why they did it. Like, it makes sense. So it's easier for you to self-insert, but I think it had the negative effect with me where I can't insert it because it's too, like, the protagonist is too faceless. Like, at least with, like, stuff like Legend of Zelda, that Link doesn't speak, but at least he has, like, him, you know? Reaper, I'm going to do that on Monday. I'm going to download Grid 2 and Grid Autosport, and I'm going to try all of the drifting including this game, and see if I can accurately compare them all back to back. I kind of want to order a pizza, but my wallet does not want me to order pizza. Also, I just bought groceries. Yeah, normally I use olive oil when I make chicken. I'm using Pam spray, and hopefully it doesn't taste like garbage. I am not making it to Walmart before they close, and nothing is open late here anymore. And I'm not getting olive oil from a corner store because it's going to cost me $10 a bottle. I might go take a look, actually. I want something to drink. Damn it. Okay. But yeah, so far so good for those who are looking for kind of a... What's the word I'm looking for? First impressions. If you have any specific questions, now's the time. I think we only have like 2 events left to go that I didn't win. Dude, I like scratched my nose the other day and now there's like... It's like a pimple, but it doesn't feel like a pimple. It's just hard skin. Right now, I can absolutely tell you this. Like if I paid $40 for this and the online doesn't look bad. I haven't touched the online yet. I don't plan to. Who's your favorite character? Oh, Manzi, 100%. I like them all, honestly. Or I should say I don't dislike any of them. Like, even at $20 or $30, I would say the last grid game was a hard maybe, but if in like 6 months to a year this pops up in Humble Bundle, it's a must buy, 100%. Like, I'm really enjoying this game so far. With even, you would think, right? The drifting being not great would be you may, I need you to go. Would be like a huge thing for me, but no, like I'm still very much having fun with this game. It's unfortunate that Gran Turismo 7 literally comes out next week, because this thing is going to get demolished in sales, but... And I know if, like, a lot of people don't have $200 to waste on video games, so they're going to have to pick one, and, you know, you got to do what you got to do, but... Yeah, but here's the thing, like, I haven't really seen anything where I'm like, this is... Hello? I haven't really seen anything in terms of, like, decisions or anything that I'm like, this is terrible, they need to fix this. Or like, this doesn't work, or like, I don't like this, or like, it's stuff I'm like, oh, I wouldn't have done it that way. Or like, oh, you know, like they tried to do it like with, well, that worked. Like with the single player. Like to combine the elements of Breaking Point in this, you'd have a way better product, but like, they tried, I feel like they tried a lot harder for the cutscenes on this one, and then, ow, went a bit more conservative with the on-track stuff. I'm making enemies everywhere. Like, so far, at least with the story mode, I'm having a lot of fun. It's a good way to get implemented with the game as well, because so far we've driven quite a lot of, oh my god. And like, if you play through the career, you're basically going to be doing this, but spread out. Like, if you see, it's like, we started off in Rookie, and then we were in Semi-Pro, and now we're in Pro, racing Raven West. You're going to do that, but with your own team in career, so like... And there's apparently car upgrades and mechanic upgrades. Traction actually has a really good review on this game. I think John's main negative complaint was... I don't even remember. Is it doesn't really, like, stand out, I think? Someone would have to quote me on that, but... Also, this game has been out for, like, content creators and reviewers for months. I'm sure he's got way more time into it than I do. But I'm a live streamer, and I didn't want to play this game in the background. And then have to, like, fake all of my reactions. Like, oh my god, Yume. Hey. You know, like, I wanted everything to be as first experience as possible.
The last lap was a
AI has been surprisingly good for the most part. Some tracks are definitely a lot easier than others. Some tracks are a little bit trickier than others, but they seem to be giving me a decent challenge on the second highest difficulty. If you're looking for, like, door-to-door racing action, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the the legend difficulty will be a little bit better, but I like playing arcade games on this kind of difficulty. I don't have to rush my way through the field. I can take my time. I can pick off cars one at a time. I don't have to go into turn 1 and, like, ram 5 guys out of the way. XD. Like, I can kind of race at my own pace and still, like, win in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be a Formula E car, but they don't have the rights to Formula E. They kind of just made their own Formula E car. I think Arfacta has the rights to Formula E. AKA Motorsports Games. AKA that's us, baby. Oh. Halo bad. Alright, that's not as bad. Yeah, it's very heavily inspired by Formula E, but I don't think they could have got the license for it.
Brilliant drive, 22. Well done.
Also, I mean, it's just cheaper to not get licenses. So even if it was just a price thing. Right. Formula G. Galectric. No, the G stands for K-Grease, baby. Stremch. Store. Progression. Cool. Okay. Credits. No. No. Oh, that's cool. You can just like, I want to do a race. Quick race. Bam. Store. Deluxe edition. Oh, I already have everything. Nice. Mechanic pass. Yeah, what did I get with this? Again, thank you to Codemasters and the EA Creator Network for hooking me up. Allowing you to unlock car upgrades faster. Nah, well, whatever. What if I didn't want that? Oh, okay. The reviews were negative this morning. Like, I don't think there's that much wrong with it. So this just makes you earn stuff faster, which is only $1, which explains that. 4 major post-launch packs, including the new story experiences and career events, new game modes, new locations, more car sponsors, liveries, logos. So this is like your battle pass, I guess, or your season pass. They were mixed. People are stupid. Racing game fans can be dumb sometimes. The Volts pack, which comes with 2 cars and some banners and whatnot. And then for the first year, we get everything. Also, some people buy this expecting it to be a sim, and then when it's not, they're furious. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, it's because it's not the deluxe edition. I'm confused. It was just at 72%, and now it's not. Like, this is a negative review. They've played the game for an hour. 1.3 hours. That's not enough. 5 hours isn't even enough. Less than an hour. More stuff. It looks terribly dated with games like Forza and 7, Forza 5. Car games need to look good. This is a stupid review. Graphics not good. It's just me. Is there no force feedback? So I haven't tested it with a wheel yet. I really have no interest in playing it with a wheel. This I'm interested in. Someone who's played it for 14 hours. Someone who's played 400 plus hours of Grid 2 and then didn't quite enjoy Grid Autosport. I'm finding this game quite fun. The driving feels right. If you're the kind of person who's reading this with a preference with a certain sim or arcade style, this game isn't for you. If you already have the game and you want to play in mind, go play, or you already have a game that you want to play in mind, go play that instead of, okay, this is another bad review. 13 hours. Slightly above average. The story mode is forgettable. I would disagree. But this is true. I read this one this morning. You simply race, watch a cutscene, repeat. I haven't finished the story mode yet because story mode doesn't really make me progress with anything else in the game. That's fair. That's what we've been saying. I think I like the way that the story mode is laid out in the other game better. This guy literally said the exact same thing I did. Drifting sucks. There's way too much grip. He plays baby children drift games. The rest of the game is good. So this guy gave it a bad review because the drifting's bad. Handling is really good, or a big improvement. Played 2019 with my T300, and boy, as hard as it's nuts to drive some of the cars. For Legends, I use the same steering wheel, but the handling made me think it's definitely a lot better for a controller. So I'm assuming there's probably a lot of dead force feedback. We'll try it at some point. There's some slight, obvious straight line speed than you, although the cornering is still as terrible. I don't feel the need to go up in difficulty right now, so. Okay, so. Yeah, see, this is not a sim racer. Cons. The cars all have a similar feel. I would disagree. The audio is nothing special. I would disagree. The surface grips do have some change, but a snow race should be very difficult to maintain grip and speed. Yeah, this is fair. Like, the wet and the snow races aren't as good. Or aren't as, you don't lose as much grip or whatever. But at the same time, it's an arcade game. What do you want? If they made it too slippery, people would be like, oh my god, this isn't a sim. Like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is a legitimate complaint, though. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this doesn't count. No VR, fuck off. Eat a dick. VR headsets are still so expensive, and I mean, you still need such a strong PC. It isn't worth it for a casual arcade racing game to go through the work to put VR in. I mean, they can, and it would be cool if they did, but to have that as a con on your main cons list, it's a reach. In my opinion, at least. For someone who has a VR headset sitting right here. Like, a good VR headset is still very expensive. To have a PC to run games in VR decent quality is still very expensive. So I can absolutely see why you're not going out of your way to spend time developing something for a niche of a niche. Like, it makes perfect sense, especially games like this. If this was a hardcore, no-nonsense sim with no VR, I'd say you have, like, a little bit more weight to it. But for this, it's like complaining that Mario Kart doesn't have VR. Well, it's a bit far, but you know what I mean. Story mode is strange and poorly scripted. I'm not getting that at all. I honestly think there's a lot of depth to the characters so far. I think Nathan's acting like a bit more of a prick than I wanted him to, but does not seem to have different scripts. When you place higher than 10th or when you win the race, well, duh, you accomplished the goal. A good amount of grind mechanics. So what I'm getting from this, at least today, at least on day one, is a lot of buyer's remorse. Of like, oh, you know, I thought this game would blow my cock off, and it doesn't, so it's bad. Like, I don't know. I need to, like, write something myself and put all my thoughts down when we get there, but a lot of the complaints that I just read in those reviews, and the other reviews I saw on the sidebar were like, game bad, no boobs. Like, that's not what they said, but it was just like nonsense. Steam is not the best place for looking at reviews, but is also not a horrible thing. You kind of just have to go in with a grain of salt. And I'm not saying that any of these people's opinions are wrong. I just, either I'm agreeing or disagreeing, which is the great part about being subjective. So I'm going to do something controversial.
He calls it a recipe, and this one definitely seems to be working well. He may have found you may...
Not long now until the race begins.
I know what you're thinking. Why did you just slap it on easy? Because this is multi-class, and I'm pretty sure we need to come first. And I don't feel like trying super hard to catch up to the... The trucks are slower, but not by much. I don't want to try that hard. Like, this is a very fun game, man. Like, there's... The only things I have to complain about so far are very little things. I don't like the liveries. A lot of the inconsequential team liveries are really boring. Like, blue and red... Not about that. B8 motor. Misplay Yu-Gi-Oh. Right, Magio? No, like, a lot of these people are correct. You know what I mean? Like, in the reviews, I don't want to sit here and be like, idiots. If they think that not having VR is a huge deal for them, and they think the game is not worth buying because of that, then that's awesome. You know what I mean? Like you're allowed to have your opinion. I'm allowed to comment on it. I tell goddamn Ryan Burton this all the time. There's no such thing as a bad opinion. I think I have evidence.zip. I think I downloaded it one day. But yeah, so far so good. Oh, speak of the devil, there he is. Or there they are. Sorry, Russell. It's going to take time for me to get used to it. Thank you for the resub. How are we doing, friend? Happy Friday. They've got your Evo in here. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say this game is the best in the franchise, because I would need to play the other two extensively. But having only experienced just the story mode, it's a 1000% a sale game, but we're going to go a lot deeper than that. If the career has some depth to it, and from what I can tell, the multiplayer looks half decent. I just haven't synced my EA account yet, but it looks like there's like public custom lobbies, which is awesome. I'm into it, man. I'm into it. This is a good palate cleanser. Especially if you're somebody who like plays iRacing every day and you want something to kind of just pick up and fart around in. I was supposed to be involved in the drop-in multiplayer, but Paraglider, who's also in my Discord, or in our Discord, I should say, said it was really fun. He ended up going to one of those multiplayer things. What's up, John? We're just clearing up some events that I didn't end up winning, so I don't have to backtrack tomorrow. Yeah, it's really hard to trust reviews, man. There's some people that just go in with personal bias, and they're like, oh, it's a Codemasters game, therefore it's a 0 out of 10. It's a multi-class race. We're not actually racing these people. But on the event screen, it shows me finishing 7th, so I want to win the race overall, so I just turn the AI down all the way. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if somebody's saying Grid not having VR is a big deal to them, that's valid. If it's a big deal to you, it's a big deal to you. But playing devil's advocate, I don't think it's a big deal that an arcade racing game that is already... Like, racing games in 2022 are a niche. And then an arcade track-based racing game is a niche of a niche. Like, no one's yelling at Forza Horizon 5 for not having a... Oh, don't make me bean again. No. I'm going to do it. But no one's yelling at Horizon for not having VR. It would have been cool if this game had VR, but I think it's completely understandable that it doesn't. And on top of that... On top of that, like I said, VR is not like VR is cheap and accessible and everybody has it. Like, it's a niche of a niche of a niche. And, like, if you're buying a VR headset in 2022, it's not cheap. And then to get a computer that can run it at a half-decent, like, performance is still not cheap. So, I mean, it not having VR is something to be like, that's a bummer. But I wouldn't say it's, a negative that I would put in a review. Until the technology gets a lot more reasonable, it's not. Or if this was, like, a sim title with no, like, story, no career, and just racing, I'd be like, all right, where's the VR? Like F120, the F1 Codemaster series, I think it's about time they rip the VR from Dirt Rally and try to slap that in there. But this game, I think it's fine. For that, whoever said the trial mode of it not having online, I have no clue. This is a full version of the game that, again, I was sent by EA and Codemasters. Shout out to TGK_22 on Twitter, who helped me out this morning when I was in a minute. There's an EA Play trial. You get 10 hours for free. I should have said that. I should have been saying that. And I'm pretty sure if you've never had EA Play, there's a free trial of that, so. You'd have to get Origin, but. I think I got like 1 or 2 more races to do, so if anyone's got any questions and that they want answered from somebody who has played 5 hours and only done story mode, please let me know. The hype train notification that we're getting a hype train but not quite there yet is taking up 3/4 of my goddamn screen. Can use a racing wheel? Absolutely. I've heard mixed results of this game being fun with the wheel and being kind of okay with the wheel. I haven't heard anything completely negative yet. Like, it's awful. The force feedback is awful. I've heard some people go, oh, it's okay, or oh, it's really fun. But games like this, to me, I prefer with a controller just because that's the vibe, right? I'm going to try it with a wheel eventually, but I'm not in a rush to do so. I hope that wasn't too long-winded. Is it on Game Pass? No clue. Where does this fit in with racing games? There's absolutely no open world at all. It is a track-based racing game. Think Project Gotham. Think the old grid games. Can I compare it with Forza? I wouldn't even compare it with Forza. This is a arcade-style track-based racing game. Forza Motorsport is more Simcade, and Gran Turismo, at least Sport, I don't know about 7, but Sport was towards the sim side of Simcade. I don't know, Newman. I haven't really been hitting stuff, but... I mean, I'm not a reviewer, right? I just played the video. I'm sure a reviewer would be like, I need to run into stuff on purpose. It looks good from, like, the minor scuffles I've been in. It doesn't have, like, super deformation that I can tell. Maybe it does, but I don't think I've hit a wall hard yet. Oh, yeah, the truck was pretty messed up. That's true. First 10 hours with Game Pass? Oh. I thought that was just EA Play. Yeah, I don't... The damage model has not been a thought in my mind yet, so I don't think it's amazing, and I don't think it's terrible. Feels like a lot of money. If you have EA Play, you get the first 10 hours of this game for free. Oh, EA Play is a part of Game Pass. Shows how much I know. So if you have Game Pass, you can play the first 10 hours of this for free. I had a thought, and it's gone. I got a bean, damn it. I'm going to do it when I'm done. I'll do the bean when I'm done. It'll sit right there. If you have Game Pass, I honestly think it's super worth a try. Like, I haven't done anything that isn't just story mode. There's still, like, a whole career with a whole event tree. Apparently, there's upgrading, and there's a mechanic. It's confusing, but, like, you can upgrade your car, you can upgrade your mechanics. But I haven't touched any of that yet, because I'm doing the story, so I can't comment on that. In terms of online, it looks a lot more fleshed out, but I don't have my EA account synced to the game yet, so I haven't just went online yet. It looks like it has that like quick join feature where you can just press quick race and jump in and out of a session. There's sessions that you can search for, so public lobbies I would assume. Race creator, which is you can do these for online or offline. Garage to go through some stuff. This is your team aspect for your career mode, but we haven't started that yet. The only thing that I've tried so far that I really don't like is the drifting. Coming from somebody who plays a lot of Assetto Corsa and even like a lot of, I used to do a lot of Forza drifting, and I just finished playing the first Grid game as well, which was really fun to drift in. It was easy, but it was fun. This game just feels like either there's an open diff or way too much rear grip. Like, it just is very, very strange because it's this close to being sick. But the amount of rear grip that every car has is difficult. Can you do like a lot of this game co-op? Not that I know of. I mean, it'd be cool to be able to do like a co-op career, but as far as I know, it says co-op career somewhere, but I think that just means that you can earn like money and XP for your career online. But again, I haven't delved into any of that yet. I'm on easy AI. I played about 5 hours, Mikhail, we just wanted to finish that sentence. I'm just clearing up events that I've already played, so I put the difficulty down really low. I agree. It was really fun to do F1 with Ryan. Especially like team contracts and stuff, and like how we changed teams halfway through the season. The only complaint I have on the sound is like the mixing is weird. Like the engine sounds are really quiet. Like I have everything but engine sounds turned down, but you would never know it. The AI, I play the game on the second hardest difficulty. Like I said, I'm going to clean up races I haven't won yet. The AI on the second hardest I didn't mean to do that, Danielle. The AI on the second hardest difficulty is exactly what I'm looking for in terms of I get to win every race, but it's a fun time to like slice through the field. Any harder, and I feel like you'd have to drive it like a maniac and like shove cars out of the way and rush your way through the field, because if you don't, the AI and the lead are going to pull away. Any lower, and I think it's just going to be the AI coming into the corner and stopping, and it's just not fun. So far, I'm really enjoying the AI as well. They're not perfect. It is Codemasters. They are stronger at some tracks than others, but I mean, Codemasters AI is inconsistent. It's a running joke to anybody who's ever played any of their games recently. I mean, ask anybody who plays F1 on a regular basis. Some tracks, they're perfect. Some tracks, they're like 3 seconds faster than they should be. And it was like that in 2019, but way worse. I remember I had the game on like the second hardest or the hardest difficulty because it was a challenge during the race, but I can't play these. Well, I mean, this is your single-player story. If you want to play with your friends, there's like a whole online multiplayer. Like, you could set up this exact same race to play with your friends, but it's not going to progress you through your story mode. The story and the career are two different things. I haven't touched the career yet because the story is only like 8 to 10 hours. It's meant to be like a side... like a bonus, almost, in terms of single-player content. There's still a whole career mode that I haven't even gotten into yet. I'd be pretty stoked to get some of my friends who are not into racing games to be able to play this, because I feel like they would enjoy it. The driving is definitely a bit more tricky than older grid games, but it's not impossible. Like, keep in mind I'm playing with no assists on, no. I have ABS set to 1 just in case, but like no traction control, no racing line, no nothing, right? So I'm assuming if you are completely newbie to racing games, and turn some of these assists on, but I am not a reviewer, I am but a live streamer, and I'm going to continue playing through the game the way I want to. We're probably going to wrap up the story tomorrow, so if anyone's curious how the career works, we'll probably get started into it tomorrow. I don't know how much we're going to do. I just hope it's not... I have a feeling it's just going to be an event tree, but from what I can tell, like I said, you can upgrade your cars. I haven't seen it yet, so I'll believe it when I see it. Thank you to Newman. You can upgrade your, like, team. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out tomorrow. I pressed continue. As long as that's the main issue I had with the last game. Well, there's a lot of issues I had with the last game, but the main one was like, the career mode was just, hey man, do events. But if you start with the story, it kind of introduces you to how the career is going to work, and then you make your own team in the career. You don't have the cutscenes and whatever, obviously, but I think we are caught up. Like, if you played F1 2021, this story mode is basically the same thing. It's not going to replace the career that you're expecting. Excuse me. But it's a fun little thing to do on the side, and I think adds a lot of world to the Grid World series. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this game's perfect. I'm really, really nervous about career. I'm scared. Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about. It's just do the race, do the race, do the race. But it's your own team, and you're building your own team up, and then there's challenges. Oh, there's sponsor objectives. Okay. And you can do these online, apparently, because it says host privacy, online, offline. I can do the Genetic Hub. Yo, if you could do this as like a team... I didn't even know that. Yeah, because apparently they're adding story DLC. But like in the story mode, you're going from rookie to the gauntlet. Oh, hold on. Oh no, it definitely popped. I was like, it just is an option. No. It definitely comes back for career. But there's shit you can upgrade and stuff too, so. I'm really, really excited to get stuck in with that. Team sponsors are a way for you to earn additional rewards by completing their objectives. New team sponsors can be unlocked by upgrading your mechanic. So to unlock those extra races, I have to drive 100 kilometers, perform 30 slingshots, and do 5 night races. Upgrade your mechanic. Mechanic upgrade offers boost and other performance benefits to your team. Each tier of upgrade will be unlocked as you increase... I'm reading it like a lummox right now, but I'm trying my best. Unlock upgrades that can be purchased using currency. Reduces all repair costs. Okay, you know what? This might be enough to keep me hooked. If it's just an event tree, there might be enough going on here to keep me interested. Time will be the judge of that, obviously. But this is a good start, man. This is a really, really, really good start. Like I said, 2019, Grid 2019 really debated me. And it was because it was fun to play out of the gate. And then about 5 or 6 hours in, you'd realize, oh, hey, This is literally just an event tree, and there's no reason, there's no real progression, and there's no reason for me to keep playing this other than because I want to. And then on top of that, there's a lot of base game things that they just completely fucked up. Like, it was super frustrating to play, on top of not really having any motivation to play it. So it was just disappointing all around. This game so far has been a substantial improvement over 2019. However, we have only done the story mode. We still have lots to experience, so I don't want to count my chickens before they've hatched. But so far, so good. I think the Codys did a good job on this so far. Everything looks clean. Has been fun to play. I'm not no, I don't want to see any of those. But yeah. And without further ado, I'm just going to make sure I change my difficulty back to where I want it. So yeah, we were playing through it on Expert, and it was kind of where I wanted my difficulty to be. I'm pretty sure if we played through on Legend, we could win every race. It would just be a little bit too hard. Like, it's not impossible. It's not like, oh my god, like all these races are bullshit, blah, blah, blah. It's just I don't want to have to bully my way through traffic and ram people out of the way. I mean, you could... Oh, yeah. This is for career. So if you want to do that with career, you can, like, increase the length of the races, turn the difficulty up all the way, and then you can take your time passing cars and, like, whatever. But through story mode so far, Expert's been a really good balance. I usually get through the field about 3/4 of the way through the race, and then I get, like, a lap clear, which is fine. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, without further ado, I think we have one bean left to do.